when we get through the 2.5 hours. Just stick on. Well, I'll say goodnight to you, but just stick on until the commercial break, and then I will say goodnight for the real way. Here we go on YouTube. Hey, everybody. Welcome on Spaced Out Radio this Friday night, early Saturday morning, if you're on the East Coast or across the pond. And how y'all doing tonight? Dave Scott here, sitting in the captain's chair, hanging on out with all of you. I hope you're about to enjoy a very, very prosperous and boring Easter weekend, like the rest of us are. Can't even go out and look for Bigfoot or anything like that, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll wait for everybody to pile on in here. Justin, hey, Justin, just quickly. Proper way to pronounce your last name, Cancilliere, or are you French with the Cancilliere?
It's actually Cancilliere.
Cancilliere, the American way. Cancilliere.
Yep.
All right. Well, there we go. See, that's why I ask. That's why I ask. See, the Canadian French way would have been the other way around, right? So, but you already know that.
Yeah. Cat Ward is pronounced it the French way for me, and I'm like, well, it's Sicilian, but I Googled it, and it's actually a French name. So at one point, the French had conquered Sicily, so it makes sense.
Damn French. What have they ever won? All right. Hey, Sojourner. How are you? Josh? How are you? Asteroid, Slam, Donnie, Andrew, and wife in the UK. Waking up early. I hope your tea is good. Bigfoot Rob, how you doing? I'm going to put a hat on. My hair looks like shit tonight. Oh, God. Hold on. Yes, I worry about my hair, buddy. It's one of those things I do.
Well, you've actually got hair, so.
I know. There we go. All right. There we go. Now I can actually see what's going on besides that 1976 part I was wearing in the middle of my hair. All right. We got about 3 minutes here. 3 minutes, and I'm ready to read that intro, man.
Yeah, I think I've been listening to you for about as long as you've been broadcasting. So,
oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. I've been pecking away, and that's kind of the way it goes. But all right, just there we go. Hey, Greco, what's going on? Devin, how you doing? We're about a couple minutes away. We got Big Bad Justin on here. He's going to light it up here. Hey, Zeus, what's going on, man? Don't forget to give us a thumbs up if you haven't already. We would appreciate that. Cable Guy Matt. You know, Cable Guy Matt, Justin, watches us on a 181-inch television.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
I didn't even make them that big.
I didn't know either, man. I didn't know. Phenom, what's going on? Fap and Grandma Rose. There we go. Grandma Rose is here. Grandma Rose is like 96 years old, and she loves our show.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Got that written down. Who else we got here? I don't know. We got about a minute here. Just over. About 1 minute. Let's start this feed right now. We'll get the first feed going. And second feed, wherever my mouse is, well, it's about a minute away. Hey, Bill WD-40, Nike. I don't know how to pronounce your name in Dallas. It's one of those Texas things. I'm way too Canadian to pronounce Texas names. Yeah. Neiki. How would you pronounce that?
Yeah, I'd say probably Nike.
Nike? I really don't know.
Nike.
Yeah. All right, man. 28 seconds. I'll get this out there now. And then we will get this started in... All right. Human Carl. There we go. We can start now. Human Carl is here. All right. We're going to get some music on right now, my friend. Let's have a good show. Rock and roll, everybody. Hey, Justin Good Earth. How you doing, ma'am? Grandma Rose, we're dedicating this one to you because we love you around here. Here we go, Justin. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome each and every one of you to tonight's show, including those listening on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, if you want to listen to our archives for free, you can do so at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, and much more. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Justin Cancilliere loves telling stories. This guy's good at it, too, if you heard his podcast called Paratruth Radio. Led by the mythical dreams and astounding visions that can only be described through writing, he is in the business of scripting legends. His desire is to bring life, that is, which swarms in his mind and cascades into words. Oh, look at him paint a beautiful picture there. But it doesn't end there. No, he takes his artistic verbiage to podcasting as well, as I said, with the Paratruth podcast, a place where he can discuss the weird and unusual. This, along with an avid research into the paranormal, he helps quench his interest in the mystical. Justin has a book out called The Griffin, which can be found on Amazon. Then at the bottom of hour number 3, I will bring you the SOR Newswire, brought to you by Paranoia Magazine. Justin Cancilliere, this is going to be a fun night with you tonight, my friend. How you been doing?
I am fantastic. Just trying to survive this whole pandemic we got going on.
Aren't we all? You know, I'm at the point where I'm looking around my house and I'm like, oh, I've seen these walls before. My couch is not even comfortable anymore, man. Not even comfortable anymore. I just can't do it. But we got to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things that, when it first started, I was like, what's everybody freaking out about? But the more that it goes along, it's like, well, we do have to take it seriously. The people that are freaking out with the buying out toilet paper and everything else, I think that's kind of ridiculous. But I do think that you have to take it seriously. You do have to understand that, we have to stop it. And the whole reason for the social distancing is to stop the spread, not much to eradicate it, because I don't think they're going to be able to do that. But,
well, you know what? The big thing is we got all our listeners here. We're all hanging out, having a good time, relaxing, chilling out, listening to you tonight talk about the paranormal and everything else that comes our way. Now, you're somebody who has had a lifelong interest in this. What brought you to this field, man?
Well, growing up, I loved Bigfoot. I loved Loch Ness Monster. And, I would have teachers that were logical thinkers and say, "Oh, why do you believe in that stuff?" Well, I would do a lot of research, get books from the library, and it just kind of stuck with me all the way through going into my adulthood. I had a Ouija board as a kid. I had a tarot card deck as a kid, and after a while, it faded away a little bit because life kind of gets in the way, and you really don't really lose interest, but it's just not there like it was. But I got divorced, came back to Ohio, from where I was from, and my cousin and I, would sit by the campfire and talk about these different creatures. We would watch Ghost Adventures and Ghost Hunters, and we were big into Supernatural when it first came out. And so I was like, gosh, there's got to be a way for us to do that. And this was like 2008, 2009. Podcasting had just started. I had never heard the term podcasting. I had never even heard of it at all. And I'm like, there's got to be an online radio thing that you can do or something. And sure enough, I came across Blog Talk Radio. That's kind of how we got started.
Us too.
And then we started doing, paranormal investigation on top of that.
When you started your role as a podcaster with Paratruth, and then you got into the whole idea of getting into investigating the paranormal, did you want to delve that deep into it? And if so, what was pushing you towards that?
Yeah, we really did. That was kind of the whole point. We were actually kind of just using the radio show to show our research, and then we had seen Ghost Hunters numerous times, and I think that's kind of what spurned us to start the paranormal team. And I think that deep down we both had kind of really believed in it all of our lives. Actually, we'd gotten to the point where my cousin Eric was having these really, really bad nightmares, and he couldn't figure out what was causing them. And it took the paranormal for him to come back to Christianity. He was baptized Catholic, and he really didn't believe, I don't think, in comparison to how he does now. I've always had this weird feeling about the afterlife. At one point, I considered myself atheist or agnostic, and after doing paranormal investigations and doing research, it's like, well, if I can believe in this stuff, there must be something out there. There must be some grand scheme to all of this. But it was actually a really interesting journey to come full circle from believing, not believing, and then believing again.
Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. When you started looking into the paranormal and really started getting deep into it, did you end up thinking that it would be this controversial, this spazzy with the people involved and everything as controversial as it is? I mean, that was probably, when I started up, the biggest surprise for me, because I didn't expect what came about with everything, and what really is a almost a broken society.
Mm. Yeah. When we first started, it was kind of weird to realize that even though we had these TV shows and everything, it was still a lot of taboo topics. I mean, it was one of those things where when my parents were growing up, it was way more taboo than in comparison to when I've been into the field. And it was like there was just stuff people weren't touching on. And then going further into it, you've got the different, I call them sects, because it literally is. People are tearing apart from each other. Like, we have the UFO people, and the UFO people don't want to be a part of the paranormal investigators. Paranormal investigators don't want to be a part of the cryptozoologists, and it's just this one vicious circle. And after we got started with podcasting, paranormal podcasting specifically, we were trying to reach out to other people, try and get that networking going. And then we got onto a network, and it was so weird, the drama that came with being a part of a network. It honestly baffled me. So when we left that network and we just started doing it by ourselves again, we were relieved. It was the weight lifted off of our shoulders, because I never would have thought, going into the paranormal and going into paranormal podcasting, that there was this drama that went on in the background.
I could ask you this, because, as I was growing as a radio show / podcast as well, and now we're up to, I think, 6 terrestrial radio stations that we're playing on, including Saga 960 AM in Mississauga, Ontario, our first Canadian station. Very pumped up for that. Very pumped up. Anyways, so one thing I wanted to ask you about that is, I always thought it was laughable. You get all these so-called quote, end quote, radio networks out there, and they're wanting you to pay $10 a month, $20 a month, $50 a month, and they're promising 50,000 listeners a show, or 100,000 listeners. I've even heard people saying it's 1 million listeners per night, and all I need is $100 a month. I had one out of New York want to charge me $6,000. It was an NBC type. And I'm like thinking, when do I pay to play? Why would I pay to play? Who came up with that concept? Yet it's all over the paranormal, and people are buying into this for their podcast because they think, oh, I'm getting all these listeners. Well, no, you have a network on Blog Talk Radio. You're averaging 18 listeners a night, and you got your picture on somebody's website that has, you can easily check traffic on. Did you go through that as well, where people were trying to take advantage of you?
I never really had anybody trying to charge me. The network we started with, they were claiming that they were into the hundreds of thousands of listens. They did say that, but they never tried charging me. There was one that I won't name on air, but with Paratruth Radio specifically, I tried to reach out and be like, I'd love to have our show on your network, and they wanted to charge us like $100. I'm like, I'm already paying fees for my own broadcast. I'm not going to pay you fees on top of those fees.
I had some guy out of Chicago contacted me, and he sent me this email saying, hey, Dave, we really love Spaced Out Radio. We love what you do. Absolutely love what you're doing. And then the next paragraph, he goes into talking about sports. And I contacted him, and I said, dude, you do realize that I read my emails, and that I do know that you have no idea what my show is about, what we're doing, and then you want me to pay you for this. And I said, next time, my answer is I'm going to give you a polite no, but the next time you contact another sucker to try and get money out of their pocket for your radio station, which is online, so you don't really have a radio station, My suggestion to you is do your homework on the shows before you actually send out some, pre-written email. I just thought it was funny. I absolutely thought it was funny. But with Paratruth Radio, you've talked to a lot of people. You've heard a lot of stories over the years. And, some of those stories seem very, very real. Other ones, you kind of scratch your head saying, what's really going on? Did you ever have one of those guests or one of those stories that you just went, how is this person pawning this off? This is so fake.
Yeah, actually, I had actually started a sister podcast called Beyond Reason a couple years ago, and I had a guy on who claimed that the government was spraying him with chemicals, but it wasn't like physically spraying him. They would somehow transport into his house, and they were invisible to the naked eye, and they were spraying him, and he would have to wear tinfoil under his hat because they were reading his thoughts.
I hate that.
And it was all to uh, he had reported very loud noises coming from the Air Force base that he lived close to. And eh, as much as I didn't believe what he was telling me, he believed what he was telling me. And on top of that, what he said was he had people tell him that, you're not that important. And he said, it's not that I'm that important, it's that they are. And that kind of struck home for me, because it's like, our e- I don't believe our governments tell us everything, and maybe that's for good reason, maybe it's not. But it made a good point. You could be the smallest man on the totem pole, but if they feel threatened by what you have to say, they will retaliate. I don't know that they would become invisible and intangible to come into your house, but they could make your life miserable.
Oh, I got to tell you about Street Lamp Mike. So Street Lamp Mike apparently has these books, and apparently he has the patent for stealth technology, because the American government doesn't have that, according to him, or what he has. We did a 2.5-hour show on literally a 23-second video that shows him recording a street lamp and trying to claim it's a UFO. Oh, it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. And he was so convinced that he had captured a UFO that no matter what, I mean, you can tell it's a street light. You can tell with the glare coming off the camera. But I will say this. I thought he saw something. Just his emotion and his reaction and everything. I really do believe he saw something. I just don't believe he caught it on video. That's for sure. But if you ever want a good one, 23 seconds worth of video, Street Lamp Mike, he's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Just, be careful. His book is not of quality of the Griffin. That's for sure. That's for sure. But I mean, and then the other memorable one for me was a gentleman named, I don't even remember his name. This is probably 3 years ago, where he said he was being protected by the men in black, and all he had to do was close his eyes and think about them, and they would come flying on in and save him from government agents that were chasing him down. I wish I could, I have to go back, because I wish I could remember that show, man, because I really, really would love to listen to that again, because it was just, the folklorish espionage there was fantastic. Fantastic. But, we all have those people that come on out, maybe they want their 15 minutes of fame. Maybe they saw something, but just have the information incorrect. What do you do with your audience or your guests that you have when you have something that may be a little bit highly controversial, but you believe there's something there and you really want to try and bring that out and get the point across?
I guess I just try and make sure that I'm doing as much research as I can into whatever topic that they're talking about. If they've written a book, I do try and make sure that I read pretty much all the book. And it's hard to get that across over airwaves. It's something that I feel that it's more so in person that you're going to kind of get a little more feel for somebody. But when I have a show where I truly feel that person had 100% accurate information, I do try and push to the audience, hey, what are your guys' thoughts on this? Not that I don't do that with every show, but we try and push those topics out a little bit prior to the release of the actual episode because we do pre-recorded. So I do try and make sure that we try and get a little more interest in it before the actual episode drops.
Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We have about 4 minutes here before we have to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Justin, what do you love about the paranormal? What keeps you going?
That's a good question. It actually has kind of peaked for me. I've taken a little bit of a hiatus from doing the paranormal podcast because a lot of the stuff that we do is just a constant over and over again. So I haven't had somebody on in a really long time who has spurned that huge interest in me as of late. And I don't know if maybe it's just I've got too many pots in on the stove. I don't know if it's just I've come to the conclusion that maybe we won't have those answers that we're really looking for. But cryptids have always been the biggest interest for me. UFOs, of course, as well, but the cryptids out there, those have always been the most interesting because no matter what we do, we can't 100% say any of these are real, but we can't say that they're not because people are having experiences. We just don't have the bodies of these creatures that to say, oh, there it is. That's same thing for extraterrestrials. We can claim that we do, but there's nothing in museums or anything like that saying we've had contact with aliens. There's a dead body to prove it.
We always want that dead body, whether it's an alien, whether it's a Bigfoot or a dogman lying around the forest that just dropped dead of old age or maybe eating too many magic mushrooms. But the fact is, we have to understand there is things going on. I mean, I have seen aliens. I have seen Sasquatch. And there is something, at least to me, that's very, very real about the endeavors that are happening in these places, which could actually happen anywhere at any time. What is your base on your conclusion on what we are looking for? Let's start off with aliens. Do you think they are from another planet visiting us or from inner Earth like many believe?
Doing the research that I have, I think it's possible that there's multiple entities out there, both interplanetary, extraplanetary. I think it would be very naive for us to think that we are the only planet that can support life. But I do believe that maybe that there are beings that are traveling through different means to reach here as well. I've heard a couple people even believe that these extraterrestrials are even time travelers, the evolution of humanity coming back in time to try and help us to deter us from the future that they're coming from.
Oh, do you think they are coming from the future?
I think that one is a little bit less likely, but anything's possible.
Well, we'll find out the possibilities as we continue on Spaced Out Radio here. Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight. He's got a great book on Amazon called The Griffin, if you want to check it on out. He is a wordsmith, and we are going to bring that out of this guy can paint a picture like anything. Stick around because we got more Spaced Out Radio. And hey, I want to remind all of you that you can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Love to keep you on in the loop with what is going on. Stick around. More Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this. All right, we are at break, man. We are at break. We got about 6 minutes.
Tell you what, this is the latest I've stayed up in quite a while because I have to usually be up early for work. So
Oh, I know. I'm such a night owl, man. I am such a night owl that. Let's see. I have been. Let's see. What do we do here? Why aren't you guys getting sound? Is YouTube getting sound? 1 second. Just checking things out here. Oh. Have you ever interviewed Daryl Sims?
the name doesn't sound familiar.
He's known as the alien hunter on he's out of Texas, and I think he's a real Christian guy, okay, but he's been hunting down aliens for the last 30 years plus. Anyways, long story short, we did the show last night, one of the best shows I have ever done. And if you get the opportunity to interview him, do it. You would absolutely love the man. But he starts talking about aliens and how they have no genitalia, and instead of calling a penis, he calls it a TT. And for at least 10 minutes on the show, I was like trying to figure out what the hell is a TT. And then it finally clicked in. And I was like, here's a guy probably in his 60s. Come on, just why don't you just say, Velvet Hammer or something like that? Come on, just get it out. Get it out. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, I was just dying laughing. It was good stuff, man. Well, give me 1 second. All right. Hey, Focus. We'll give a quick shout out to everybody here. Hey, Kev. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Focus. Cable guy Matt. You're the guy. Justin Pollock. Good to have you here. All right. Who else are we missing? Hi, beautiful Marie. Andrew and wife. Asteroid. We are Human Carl. We're Human Carl fans around here. Big time. Oob Joe's Main. Brett Lewis. Good to have you here. Thank you for coming on in. And am I missing anybody? April, how you doing, beautiful? And Bill WD40, I think we already said hello to you. No offense, we'll say hello to you again. I always like to give a shout out to the people. I am one for the people. One for the people.
You do it. Yeah.
What nights do you broadcast?
Usually we drop Paratruth on Sundays, and Beyond Reason I drop Fridays.
Very cool.
I start getting back into dropping more episodes because it's been a while.
One second, I have to insult somebody in a chat room here. Yeah. All right, there we go. There's on the Revolution Radio chat room. There's this guy, Wild Bob. He's always trying to insult me because I have these little jokes with people, right? And anyways, he started this last night where he threw me a shot, and I told him I said, shut up and be a good dog. Go lay down in the corner and lick your nuts for a while, and I'll give you a treat, right? And so tonight, he gave me another shot, and I said, "Hey, Wild Bob, ask at your age, flaccid and used has a way different meaning. Go to bed. This is young people territory." Oh, I love that. I love it when people act tough on the internet.
Yeah, the trolls are always out there.
He goes, eat shit and die, Dave. I'm like, no, thank you. Not in my diet now. If it were tacos. Oh, yeah. You got me. All right, we've got, we've got about 40 seconds. I'm actually really happy right now.
I am too. It's been a good conversation so far.
Telling him to put his dentures back in. I've got spit on my screen. I'm such an asshole sometimes. Hey, there's Sweet Stevie. Sweet Stevie's in the house. There he is. All right. Hey, YouTube, we're going to get the second half hour of the show going right now. Oh, yes. Sweet Stevie's here. We can have some fun now. We can have some fun with Sweet Stevie. Hi, Audra. How you doing? YouTube Super Chat is open. Let's make things happen. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Always a pleasure to be broadcasting to you live. Anyways, want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Just do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and doing a little reading and investigating on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Don't forget, you can follow me on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, my personal profile at Dave Scott SOR. I'd love to add you if you don't mind, so let's do that too. Tonight we are talking everything paranormal, cryptid, ufological, even about griffins, man, as we have Justin Cancilliere as our guest tonight. He's got a book on Amazon called The Griffin, got a great podcast called Paratruth. If you want to check it on out, I highly suggest you do. Justin, welcome back to the show, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
You ever have a good UFO sighting?
Actually, yeah. Not to the point where, I could say that was definitely a flying saucer or anything like that. But a few years ago, I was working for a nursing home here in North Dakota, and I'd always have to go kind of early in the morning. I was the morning guy. And I was driving to work, and I know I was tired because it had been a long night, but I'm driving, and all of a sudden I see a light shoot straight up in the air and then just shoot away. And I'm like, no, there's no way I saw what I saw. So I'm thinking about it. I'm racking my brain about it. So I started talking to my co-host Eric via text and saying, I saw something. I don't know what the heck it was. And he's like, well, technically it was a UFO. It wasn't an unidentified flying object because you couldn't identify it. But, after talking to a couple of people that I worked with and whatever, it was kind of coming from the area of an Air Force base here. So it was like, that's really weird and interesting all at the same time. But that's kind of been the only one I've really had. Maybe I'm just not paying attention enough, but it was the most memorable one for me.
When you look at the sighting that you had, and you've heard numerous sightings and researched a lot of these topics when it comes to UFOs, what do you think's actually going on in the sky?
I think it's a little of a two-edged sword there. I mean, I do believe that we do have some type of visitation here. Um, like I said earlier, it would be naive of us to think that we are the only planet that supports life. And I do believe that if that life out there is space worthy and has gotten to the technological advances that we haven't yet, they would be curious about what's going on. But I do also believe that our governments are experimenting with other propulsions and uh, other uh, aerial vehicles that maybe they are reverse engineering. There are those that believe that we are in contact with these extraterrestrials. Our governments are, and they're in league with them, quote unquote, in league with them, and that that's where a lot of our advanced technology is coming from. And you know, I never would have thought that I would be holding a supercomputer in the palm of my hand, but here we are in 2020, and the advances just keep coming even faster than people really understand. So I honestly think it's twofold. I think that some of it could be visitors, and I do think that our governments are experimenting with technology that we just don't know about yet.
I always wonder how much is ours. That's probably the big thing. And I know, like, we got Sweet Stevie and Science Bob with UAPTN who are trying to build a node here that can track UFOs. That's going to be operational and available for the public. It's actually not a military project, which is kind of cool. Do you think we're at that point where we got to get more civilian involvement regarding UFO study outside of what we see on the internet on a daily basis?
Absolutely. I honestly think that we need that as a whole, not just in ufology, but in multiple fields. Um, but the only way that the truth will really be discovered is by civilian discovery. The government wants to say that they're divulging everything that they have, and maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But I do believe there is a point that the government has to cut off any information that they may have to the public, because just like we talked about this COVID-19 stuff and the pandemic that's going on, freaking people out. Just imagine how people would be freaked out if they truly understood and had that 100% I've seen it proof that aliens exist. How many religious people would question their faith from that? And it's just one of those things that I think that the public do need to get a little more involved with the research, as well as ways for us to truly capture the UFOs, even if there's sightings of aliens, um, even the cryptids. I mean, we've had these people that are trying to get proof, and Bigfoot as an example. We've got trail cams. We've got people catching them with the drones now, but the biggest problem is it's a blurry picture. It's out of focus. The creature is moving too fast, or whatever the case may be. I've had somebody tell me that they believe that Bigfoot and Dogman can put out an infrasound that kind of messes with the capture, the picture capture. So I honestly think that, yeah, I think we need more public involvement.
I think so too. I think that's the way to really put the pressure on, whether it's the governments of the world or these agencies that are trying to cover things up in order to find out what is going on. I mean, we don't know their secrets. We don't know what's hiding at Area 51 or Wright-Patterson, which is more in your neck of the woods, and everywhere like that. There's so much security and security measures in place over top of security measures that even the employees working on, say, one, piece of equipment don't even know what they're actually working on it for the most part. So do you think that with the public involvement in trying to, not put up blurry images, or not trying to, suck up to places like fake hoaxers like Secure Team 10, that we are actually going to be able to get real data, real effort in the UFO community that can move this forward?
I do think so, and I truly hope that we can get to that point. Um, for a while now, I've kind of questioned if we're going to even see that in my particular lifetime. But I do think at some point we will, especially if it's more so civilian involvement compared to military or government. Um, I think that no matter what, we'll always be kept in the dark, except for if the general public are involved.
So with the general public getting involved, what does the general public have to do, in your opinion, in order to push this to that next level? Is it about videos?
Um, Honestly, I don't think video or just pictures are gonna do it. Because there are plenty of ways to fake it now. Um, I honestly think that there are hoaxers out there, but I do think that there are people that are truly capturing stuff that we just don't know about. Um, I guess just make sure that we're advancing the technology ourselves over just getting fed what we're getting. On top of that, just doing the research and providing whatever evidence that you come across. Um, there always are going to be disbelievers. I try to keep a healthy skepticism, but I'm not going to just say, no, that's not true, or that's not accurate, or I don't believe that, because there's so much stuff coming out now that it's hard to not believe it.
The only problem that we're going to have with the internet and places like YouTube these days is, as we continue to move on and get more technically advanced, there is going to be way, way more ability to make CGI, way more professional, look way more real than what it currently does. Do you think we are in the start of the dying days of any type of UFO type research with video online?
I do. I honestly think that the way to fake it is just too great now, that even, and I've said this to my cousin who is deeply Christian religious, Jesus Christ himself could come back and people would look at it and be like, no, 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 no. He's not floating from the sky. That's all just CGI and special effects.
Well, and it's funny you mention that, because I always say to my listeners, and I've said this when I've spoken elsewhere as well, that realistically, UFOs and alien contact is the second biggest story in mankind history, next to Jesus Christ himself coming back down from the heavens. Why do you think, there is such a big part of this world that, and I don't want to get into a real religious connotation here, but just kind of for discussion, why there is so much of a big piece of this world that still believes in biblical teachings and prophecy and everything like that, yet they turn their backs completely when they also know that science has proven the universe is infinite. We don't have a beginning. We don't have an end. There is no time. And to think that even in putting it in a religious context, if God created everything, are we naive enough to think that in an infinite universe that we're the only planet where God put people or creatures for that matter?
Right. Well, I mean, I've met different religious people that do believe in extraterrestrials. Then there are those that say that no, Earth is special, that God created Earth, and that's He created all the other planets, but Earth was the only one with life, and I I think that's a closed-minded mindset. There are, I think that there is brainwashing to an extent in religion. I'm not gonna say that it's purposeful. I don't think that people are trying to make it that way, but it does come to that point because the most devout believe that the Bible is 100% truth, which I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but um, I, I honestly think that we get into a mindset with religion specifically where whatever religion you're in, that is the true religion, and that's it. Um, and growing up in Christianity, I've studied different religions throughout my life, and I've come to the major conclusion that nobody has it right. Same thing with the belief in aliens. We're coming to more and more conclusions now, like we just discussed earlier, where maybe it's these beings are traveling from interplanetary instead of extraplanetary. Maybe they're interdimensional. Maybe they're extra dimensional. And I think when you think of the interdimensional and extra dimensional, that kind of ties into religion. So I think it's a closed-minded type of mentality with a lot of these people that are deeply religious.
So when you go back to your podcasts for a second here, Paratruth Radio, I want to ask you, is there a story you have heard from someone that you have talked to, interviewed, or even discussed privately that has really stuck with you and really changed your mind on what aliens really are?
Oh, I think Stanton Friedman was a good one. We had talked to him about UFOs, and he's one that is a true scientist, and he has done a lot of research and has brought a lot of evidence to the table, as well as to even um, debunk a lot of the stuff. But he was one that really sticks out in my mind as to somebody who is in, or was, I believe he retired now, but he was one that really opened my eyes a little bit to understand that there is way more to it than what we're really seeing. UFOs specifically, because there are man-made ones, and there are ones that we just don't know what they are. So yeah, he was definitely by far the one that sticks out in my mind.
What did he tell you that really stuck with you?
Oh, this was years ago. I'm trying to remember now. I think it was just the research that he had done in comparison to others, and also being a scientist on top of that, because a lot of people that write books about UFOs and aliens are just ones that are experiencers or ones that are theorists. Um, but he had talked about how the propulsion is possible. It's just we aren't able to replicate that technology on our planet because the way we understand science is completely different in comparison to somebody that has already had that advanced technology.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So when you look at everything, do you buy a lot of these stories, Justin, in everything that you've heard and investigated, where people are actually having, these contact with the Pleiadians out of the star series of Lyra and the Pleiades, or that there is life on Venus and we have men on the moon interacting with extraterrestrials, and Mars has even a few Starbucks chains on it right now? What's your thoughts about all of that and our role in everything?
I honestly don't believe that we have people on Mars or the moon. Maybe I'm wrong. I honestly believe that something happened to Mars and there may have been life there at one point. There are those that even believe that humanity migrated to Earth from Mars because of whatever catastrophe that happened there. Um, but I think, just like I was talking about closed-minded people, I think it would be closed-minded to not take any credence from that. I just don't personally believe it. Um, the people that say that they're communicating with Pleiadians or other extraterrestrial life out there, sure, it's possible that somehow they are telepathically talking to beings thousands of light years away. Maybe they're talking to entities that they are saying that they're extraterrestrials, and that's the best explanation that they can give to people that they're communicating with. Because, I mean, a lot of psychics and mediums are talking to whatever it is that they're talking to. Spirits is the best definition that we can give it right now. But maybe they're not talking to spirits. Maybe they're talking to something completely different. But the only explanation that these beings can give is, I'm a spirit, because that's what people believe in. And that's the same thing for people that are being communicated by extraterrestrials. That's the only explanation that these beings can give, because that's what that person believes.
So with that, do you believe that, as we got about a minute and a half here before we got to go to break at the top of the hour, do you believe then people are truly experiencing what they say they are?
I do. Even if I don't believe that it is possible, I believe that they believe it is. But I do find credence in what they're telling me. I don't tell too many people this, but I am a sensitive myself, and I do have those communications of whatever it is that's communicating with me. Yeah, I do believe that they are having those communications. To what extent? I don't know. I've talked about a lot of the people that have written stuff in the Bible. And I say to myself, maybe we weren't getting it right when whoever was communicating with us to write these holy texts, that our human minds are only capable of perceptions that we know. So I think that we are, but I don't know that we're getting it all right from whatever it is that's communicating with us.
I don't know either. I really do not know either. And that's the big mystery that we have here, my friend. That's the big mystery. And you know what? We're going to shift gears, because when we go into third gear coming back out of the break, we are going to get into Bigfoot. I want to know Justin's thoughts about Bigfoot, man, because I've seen it. I make no bones about it. I've seen the creature. Have you? Let's talk some Bigfoot when we get back on Spaced Out Radio. Justin Cancilliere, our guest tonight, author of The Griffin, which can be found on Amazon. Stay tuned. More Spaced Out Radio right after this. Fast hour, man. Fast hour. All right. I'm just going to run my dogs outside because I have to at the top of the hour because they kind of timed everything out. I will be right back here, so I'm just going to put the commercials on. You sit tight until I get back.
The party is always on at the Moose Vancouver. The Moose Vancouver is where you want to be when visiting Canada's West Coast. Open until 2 a.m. nightly, the Moose cranks up the rock while serving some of the best rated food in the city. The menu starts at $6.95. Why party anywhere else in Vancouver when the Moose is right there? Get your horns up and rock with the Moose, the official party bar of Spaced Out Radio.
Get your horns up with me on Spaced Out Radio. This is Ron Bumblefoot Thal. Come tune in to SOR where you can hear me rock out with Little Brother is Watching, the official theme song of Spaced Out Radio. And then come on over to bumblefoot.com where you can find out about my tour schedule, my music, and everything else. Bumblefoot.com keeps you up to date on what I'm doing and the best way to stay in touch with my music and music camps. Sign up for my newsletter at bumblefoot.com and remember, Little Brother is Watching.
Hi there, this is the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall. I'd like to invite you to listen in each Sunday night where we're going to open up your eyes to everything strange and paranormal. I will be hosting some great guests with topics that affect us all, such as UFOs, ghosts, and everything paranormal. Let's learn together on Spaced Out Radio Sunday with myself, Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer at spacedoutradio.com.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the store you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
I'm feeling a little spicy tonight. What to do? What to do?
Why not get Bumblefuck?
4 million Scoville units of pure hard rock. Bumblefoot hot sauces come in 3 flavors. The burning Bumble. Tone it down a bit with Bumblicious and throw the sauce on everything.
Spicing up. Bumble me, baby. Bumblefoot hot sauce. Get it today at kajans.com.
Hey everyone, I'm John Edwards.
And I'm Stacey Edwards. Together we're taking over Saturday nights on Spaced Out Radio, where we're going to bring our own experiences of the paranormal and talk to the best people we can find to help bring you answers to your strange tales.
We're here to entertain your need for weekend woo! So tune us in at spacedoutradio.com starting at 9:06 Pacific, 12:06 a.m. Eastern, where we can all get a little spooky together.
Spaced Out Saturday nights right here at spacedoutradio.com.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now. The Paranormal Radio app, free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
Hey, space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the China.
All right, I'm back, my friend.
If you know anything about our website.
How we doing, YouTube? Having a good night tonight? Want to say hello to all of you. Make sure you are all checking it out. Pleiadian Starseed, good to see you here. Paraanthro Audra, good to see you here. Oh, okay. No, Spreaker's not gone. Spreaker's still there. It's running. I know this because I'm watching it right now. All right. Who else we got here? And we want to give a show. Susan B. Hello, Susan B. Renee, good to have you back in here. Chris Douglas. Good to have you here as well. Who else we got? Nixa, you're back. Good to have you here. Thank you for coming on in. Cable Guy Matt, don't forget that Cable Guy Matt, if you request it from him, he will send you an autographed piece of coaxial cable for free, plus shipping and handling. You cannot buy those in stores. Hey, Kev, Bill WD40, good to have you here. Okay, we got about 2 minutes, Justin. 2 minutes. Nathan, good to have you here, man. Thank you for coming on in. I had to check and see how my this chat room is doing.
That's the one thing I don't miss about live is doing all the chat rooms.
I know. I can't help it. I am just like I'm like a ADD with it all, man. I am like total ADD with it all. Let's see here. Let's go here and here. Yeah, we're caught up. We are caught up. All right, buddy. Here we go. 5 seconds.
All
right. Let's find out what's happening together.
Grandma Rose, hope you're enjoying the show with your grandson there. Love having you here, my friend.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott.
That's a...
Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio.
Fender Squire.
And
Hold on
Facebook,
1 sec.
Spaced Out Radio Show.
Welcome back to the second hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We welcome back everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across the continent. And on the digital side, we are on TalkStream Live 24/7 and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Abriaction is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and staying up to date on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Hey, if you're on Twitter, don't forget to follow the show at Spaced Out Radio, along with my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Tonight, we are talking with author Justin Cancilliere. He has a great podcast called Paratruth Radio, and we're talking UFOs, cryptids. We're getting into everything tonight, my friends, because that's what we do on a Friday night. Justin, welcome back to the show.
I'm glad to be back.
Awesome. Bigfoot. You're a big fan of Bigfoot. What leads you down the road to this mysterious creature?
Well, as a kid, it was just the fact that there's this creature out there that nobody has captured or put into a zoo or had any type of substantial evidence You know, as I grew up and started doing research into it again, I started to get a little bit on the skeptical side of things. And the only reason was that there's so much faked evidence out there, and there's so much evidence that isn't fake, but you can't really tell what it is. Or like, for example, they get the hair and scat samples and it always comes back inconclusive, or a species that we know of. But I honestly feel now that there is a creature out there that is Bigfoot. What it is, I honestly don't know. You know, there's this talk now that this is an interdimensional creature, or it can phase in and out of our existence. There are those that do believe that it's a 100% physical creature, that it's just some type of missing link to the human evolution or ape evolution. You know, you've talked about that you've had experiences with it. I have not. So, I mean, unfortunately, with today's society, unless it's right there in your face, nobody truly believes that there's a certain this or that out there.
Interesting. So the what people are seeing out in the forest, then, you know, these wild creatures, big hairy men, 300 to 500 pounds plus, standing anywhere from 6 feet to 10 feet tall. I mean, we are looking at a vast array of incredible sightings here. And, you know, it's very easy to tell the difference between a bear and what people are seeing in the Sasquatch realm. You know, how do you tell whether or not, you know, we're actually looking at what we're looking? Because there's a lot of people who've been in the forest for years, and have never seen a thing. And yet there are people who walk in their first time, maybe going for a hike or geocaching or something along those lines. And the next thing you know, right in front of them, crossing a trail, is this incredible beast.
Mm-hmm. I honestly believe that these creatures do. I don't know if they camouflage themselves or how they do it, but they only allow themselves to be seen by those that they deem fit. I honestly think that there are some sightings out there that can be put in the file of misidentification, because there are those that go out into the wilderness. Maybe they don't go out that often into the wilderness, and their mind starts to race when they see or hear something that they don't recognize. But the ones that have truly seen these creatures, I honestly do believe that they choose who they reveal themselves to. The ones that are captured on camera, or supposedly captured on camera, they just don't know that the technology is there where they would have to hide themselves. But yeah, I honestly think that they're choosing to make themselves known.
Why do you say that they're choosing to make themselves known? That's an interesting comment.
Because, I mean, just like you had mentioned, there are those that haven't been in the wilderness their entire lives and never seen anything that is remotely close to a Sasquatch or Bigfoot. On top of that, I do have a lot of people that I've talked to over time that there are those that have interactions with these creatures that they have never even really seen the physical, but they are hearing the howling, the wood knocks, and that sort of thing. I did talk to somebody once who leaves offerings for a family of Bigfoot, and in return, they leave trinkets and little like dolls made out of branches and that sort of a thing. And I just through communication with people that have had interactions with them, there's a lot of them that have said that these creatures can talk to them telepathically. That a lot of times, if there is some type of communication, whatever it is, they've gotten the feeling that these creatures just made themselves known for a reason because they deemed it fit that this person was capable of understanding.
So when they are capable of understanding, do you believe they're telepathic as well?
I do believe that it's a possibility, yeah. Because the communication, the vocal communications that you hear about is just the howling usually, or growling. If they are something beyond what we are thinking they are, like the ape creature, in comparison to there are those that say that these creatures were left here by whatever race of aliens, or I mean, even if you believe that they're interdimensional beings, if they can go in and out of our existence, they have to have some type of communication that we just don't understand. So yeah, I do believe that that's a good possibility.
The whole thing is there's a great debate within the Bigfoot community whether or not this is an animal left over from Pangea when we were all one continent millions of years ago, and whether or not this is some sort of supernatural type creature that many First Nations and indigenous people across North America, and the world for that matter, tend to wonder and believe. Where do you stand on that? Or is there some sort of compromise that maybe we're missing?
To be honest, I do believe that it is probably a physical being. And if it is truly a physical being, they're probably the best hide and seek champions I've ever seen in my life. But like I said earlier, it could be that they are somehow camouflaging themselves and only revealing themselves to those that they choose to. But yeah, I honestly think that it is a physical creature. Maybe it does have some type of abilities we just don't know about. But the biggest issue I have with the whole interdimensional or supernatural aspect of it is we're kind of throwing that label on everything now in comparison to years ago where we said Bigfoot's a physical creature. Any of these cryptids are physical creatures. UFOs are extraterrestrials from other planets. Now we're just kind of throwing that label of interdimensional or extra-dimensional out there on all of these different things that are in the paranormal now.
Is it paranormal, though? Should we be looking at Bigfoot in a paranormal way, or should we be looking at things more scientifically?
I truly think that we should be looking at it more scientifically. The only reason that we have this, like I said, the hair and scat evidence, and it comes back unknown, is because we don't have the DNA of whatever creature this is coming from to compare it to. So if we were to ever truly capture a live or dead a Bigfoot, then we could compare it and say, yep, that's a Bigfoot. But until that time comes, there's no way of saying that what it's related to or what it is.
So where do you think this thing is hiding? Do you think there's a great number of these, or do you think maybe this is an endangered species?
It could be an endangered species. Something that my co-host and I have talked about on occasion is that, there are caves that go pretty deep in the earth. And if this creature is as big and bulky as people say it is, it could have adapted itself to live subterraneanly. I mean, we do have major forests still that there are, the forests are so deep that humans have not really touched the areas that they could be living in. But either it's that they're endangered, or they just they travel to areas where they know that there's not going to be much human traffic.
The areas where they are seeing, because it looks like we have in North America here a number of different creatures. So, for instance, here in the Pacific Northwest, which runs through the Cascade Mountains from British Columbia down to the Northern California, we seem to have these gigantic creatures that are between 8 and 10 feet tall, 300 to 500 pounds plus. You go a little bit north into that Alaska region, and they seem to be getting bigger, and yet they seem to be smaller around the Florida Panhandle and into the west towards Louisiana. Are we dealing with different species of this topics, do you think? Or are we dealing with just ones that have adapted to their environment, but still the same species?
I honestly think it's kind of a mutation, adapting to their environment kind of deal, kind of like humans. We have different colors of people because of different parts of our genetics that have adapted over time. People that are from Africa are darker skinned because they're in a climate where they need to be protected from UV rays a little bit more in comparison to, the Europeans who kind of have colonized pretty much everywhere that you can think of. We didn't need that protection from the UV because we had different climates at the time. So I honestly think it's just a genetic mutation to adapt to their environment.
I wonder about that, because I can see them being more aggressive, because the Sasquatch up here, outside of the rogue ones that you hear around Mount St. Helens, they seem to be very docile, not wanting to get involved with anything. If the humans are around, they scatter as quickly as possible. And, when you get to, into that bayou area where there's a lot of creatures that can, be a little cranky, whether it's water moccasins or gators or whatever it may be. The creature seems to be more aggressive towards what or who is in its territory. So that's why I'm wondering if you think it's very much something that is specialized or has adapted to its own region.
Well, I mean, look at humans, that we can be super aggressive or super docile depending on a situation. So I honestly think that it's the same situation for Bigfoot. It's just more so what their environment is providing them in comparison to a different species. Something that I've kind of tossed around, and I have no evidence to support this whatsoever, but I've honestly kind of wondered if Dogman and Bigfoot are from a similar line, just maybe just different species or cousins in some way, because I've kind of always wondered, as of late, we've had more sightings of the Dogman. And I'm like, maybe these creatures are somehow related to Bigfoot, because a lot of cases that I've heard where there are Dogmen, there are Bigfoot sightings, kind of coinciding. I've even heard of the Bigfoot kind of being protective of humans against the Dogmen. And that could be different species in comparison to what I'm saying too. But if a certain Bigfoot had kind of gone feral, you would think that they would get way more aggressive. They might get kind of pointier teeth. So it's something that's I've kind of thought about a lot.
Stick throwing, rock throwing, bluff charges that people can't see but can only hear. This thing has perfected camouflage. Absolutely perfected camouflage. What do you think is going on?
Well, I honestly feel that somebody actually had mentioned this to me, that Bigfoot somehow has this infrasound capability, and that is the best explanation that I've heard in a long time about how Bigfoot is camouflaging itself, not just to cameras, but even to the human eye. If infrasound is vibrated a certain way, it could potentially camouflage people or beings. And on top of that, maybe they understand that they have to rub themselves with mud or grass or whatever the case may be to just make sure that they camouflage into their surroundings. But yeah, the infrasound thing was actually something that a fellow podcaster of mine, and he runs a Dogman society in New York, had kind of explained it to me, and I was honestly really intrigued by that particular explanation.
So, how did he explain it? What did he say? We've got about 3 minutes left.
Well, he was just talking about that the howling or the screams are a part of that infrasound ability that they have, but they can vibrate the sound around them to it, like that's why we have only blurry pictures of Bigfoot or distorted video, because the infrasound is distorting that image. But I've kind of gone a little bit further with that, and I truly believe that infrasound could probably camouflage to even the naked eye, because our eyes can only see into certain spectrums, and that is talking about light, but that could be sound as well.
That gets into the woo factor, though. That doesn't make it sound very animalistic.
That's true. I guess I've never really seen all the scientific facts on infrasound, but that raises a good point too, that it can kind of go over to the other side.
Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We're going to break here in about 90 seconds. Justin, with that, and we look at this creature and we kind of idolize it a little bit. Do you think that, the amount of people that are out there searching for it right now, well, obviously not right now, but in general, over the last few years, do you think we're getting closer to actually finding out what it is?
Just like with extraterrestrials, I do think we're getting closer. Again, if it's going to happen in my lifetime or not, I don't know. But I do think that the biggest step for that would be to actually capture one of these creatures, because if we can get the comparisons to the DNA of any type of evidence that we're finding, then we can absolutely 100% say that the evidence that we caught was to this creature that we've finally captured, in whether it's a dead body or in some type of living capture.
I don't know if we could do that, though. I really don't know.
Don't know either.
If we could even capture one of these. I mean, you'd think we'd find something. You'd think we'd have found something by now. But, Justin, I'm going to get you to hold on. We are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. He's got a great book out. It's on Amazon called The Griffin. We'll hit him up on that in the next half hour. We'll take your questions. And, we'll talk a little Dogman as well. Let's go down that Dogman road. It never hurts to talk a little bit of Dogman. Yeah, let's do it. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right. This show's flying on by, man.
Yeah.
You having fun
it's actually
still?
Going a lot. So, yeah.
Good, man. Good. All right. Let's see here. All right. YouTube. Hey, YouTube. Want to remind all of you, all 67 of you right now, don't forget to give us a thumbs up because you like what we do, or you like my toque, or my headphones, or the Marvin the Martian and the snowboarding gnome right beside me. Anyways, it is Friday night, which means we will be doing the After Hours Ask Me Anything. So make sure you stick around and check it on out, because I would love to have all of you hang out, ask some questions. We'll have a good time, because that's normally what we do. So make sure you do that. How about it? Does that sound good? I think it does. Yeah. Absolutely. Midway 1942. Don't trust Spaced Out Radio. It's run by evil shape-shifting lizard aliens from Planet X. God, if they could make me a little bit thinner when they transform me, I'd be happy with that. Just don't touch the hair or beard. That's all I ask. Yeah. That's all I ask. Oh, yes. God, I love this. Matthew, how you doing? Are you laughing at me right now? Are you laughing at me right now, Justin? Yeah, you are. I could tell. Yeah, good. Well done. All right. I'm going to have to wipe the tears away from my eyes here as I got something in my eye. Hold on. Oh. There we go. I remember the days when I could look at a computer screen without glasses and actually read the words.
Yeah.
Oh, to have those back.
Yeah, I can't take my glasses off for more than 2 seconds before things are a little blurry, and I'm like, a few years ago, it wasn't this bad.
I can't even wear sunglasses anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the minute I remove my my eyeglasses, that blurriness starts to move my eyes in towards. I stop blinking, and then it moves my eyes almost into a migraine mode, which really sucks.
Oh. Yeah,
and so
that's how I sunglasses.
I ended up giving away I had a beautiful pair of Oakleys. They cost me like $300 and, polarized and everything. And they're just sitting in my truck. And my buddy's like, damn it, I got to go buy new glasses, man. He goes, I broke my sunglasses, and he goes, I'm pissed off. And I'm like, dude, just come over here. I gave him a $300 pair of Oakley sunglasses because I just can't wear them anymore. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, dude. I said, I can't wear them. My eyes are too screwed. Yeah.
And I mean, they've got the prescription sunglasses now, but what you're paying for that, then you could just get like the ones that clip onto your regular glasses. So.
I know. I've got two pairs of glasses. I got the ones I'm wearing now, and I got another pair that tint in the sun, but they don't do anything to help you. They're terrible. They're just terrible. Hey, Robert Two Crows, good to have you here on YouTube. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate that, man. Human Carl, I am wearing a toque, not a beanie. I'm in Canada. If I was in the U.S., it would be a beanie, not a toque. Marie, if you're making margaritas, make sure you're making margaritas for everybody. There's 67 margaritas that have to go to the chat room, and then one for me and one for Justin. Hey, Roy boy, how you doing, man? All right, we've got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I love that you've got the multiple streams that you can interact with everybody with.
Oh, yeah. I've got, let's see. There's Revolution Radio, LGAB, Spreaker, Facebook. We're down one chat room right now because we're doing some work on our website. So the Space Travelers on our website is down. And then our busiest room has been YouTube since we opened that up about 3.5, 4 weeks ago. So it's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. Like I'm switching screens left, right, and center all the time. So it's the way it is. Nothing I could do.
So you use multiple system then?
Oh, dude, I got like 4 monitors going. 4.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I got 4 monitors. I got like a, to my right here. I wish I could show you. I've got like a 42-inch screen that I do my my Spreaker on. I've got 2 24-inch screens that I've got my radio DJ and then all my websites on, like Twitter and Facebook. And then my other computer that I'm running right now is specifically for YouTube. There's nothing else on that computer besides the OBS program to run it on YouTube. It's crazy. It's stupid. It really is stupid. Got to make it happen, though. All right, hold on 1 second, Justin. We're about 10 seconds away. I want to remind everybody on YouTube, we do have the Super Chat open. Thanks to FAP for donating tonight. And our website, spacedoutradio.com. Go to the shop, the SOR Vault. Grab yourself a T-shirt, whatever we got there. You can do that, too. And, yeah, here we go with the second half of the show, starting right now. All right, music's on. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. I appreciate each and every one of you joining us tonight, wherever you may be. Want to say that if you want to check out our free archives, you can do so at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and rocking out to Bumblefoot and so much more. Don't forget, you can follow us on Twitter, the show at Spaced Out Radio, and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. I'd greatly appreciate it. We are talking with author, podcaster, Justin Cancilliere tonight. We're having a great show. We're going to get into a little bit of Dogman. For people, Justin, who do not know what Dogman is, because we have a bunch of new listeners. We just added a couple of radio stations recently in Saga 960 AM in Mississauga, Ontario, and in Bellingham, Washington, KZAX 94.9. I'm curious, for people who don't know, explain what the Dogman is.
Well, Dogman is this bipedal dog-like creature that a lot of people have seen, but more specifically, like very commonly in the past few years. The Beast of Bray Road is supposedly a Dogman. Linda Godfrey wrote a huge book on that, and I've had the privilege to talk to her about that as well. And the interesting thing about that is something that I kind of thought about, I had talked about before the break, is it possibly being an offshoot of Bigfoot. But something else that had occurred to me reading her book is not a lot of people realize that there was a very large wolf back in the day called a dire wolf. And I had asked her, is there a possibility this creature is some type of offshoot of the dire wolf, like we believe Bigfoot is possibly an offshoot of Gigantopithecus. And she's like, well, I guess that would be possible, but with Dogman being bipedal, the evolution would have to have been there quite drastically, not to mention that the dire wolves were a little bit larger in the chest in comparison to Dogman, because the Dogman does have more muscular legs, that it can be bipedal or quadrupedal, depending on if it's going into a full sprint or whatnot. But it's actually fascinated me since hearing about Dogman, because it has become way more common than in the past.
So with this creature, I mean, then it breaks up into two parts, because you have the creature that was seen in Wisconsin, like the Beast of Bray Road, like you just mentioned. All right. Then you apparently have this bigger creature that people like Butch Witkowski and Lon Strickler and Eric Altman have been checking out in Pennsylvania, called what they call a bipedal canine, which is said to be 9 feet tall and huge and aggressive and angry, and just it's like your typical house cat, just angry at everything in a dog-like form. I mean, are we seeing different runs of this creature as well?
That's probably a good possibility. Like we talked about with the Bigfoot, maybe it's not a different species, but just adapting to its environment. Pennsylvania is a much more congested area for humans in comparison to Wisconsin, where it's a little more spread out. Same thing with me here in North Dakota. We're hugely spread out. So if there is a Bigfoot or Dogman here in the Dakotas area, it probably wouldn't be as aggressive because it's not going to come into contact with humans as often.
The people who see this, much like we talked about Bigfoot, many of them who see this, who have raised a rifle to this animal, creature, whatever we want to call it, monster, all right, they said they have actually had these telepathic messages as well that have basically said to them, yeah, you might not want to do that because it's going to turn out really bad. You just need to go away. And I'm paraphrasing here as to what multiple people have said to researchers. So, of course, we're talking third-hand information here. Have you heard those stories as well about this creature being telepathic, telling people to leave the area?
I have actually, yeah. And it's kind of interesting that if these creatures have that type of ability, that they would send that message out before even attacking someone. Because, I mean, like we just mentioned, there are some that are super aggressive out there. And if you think about actual wolves or wild animals, they usually don't intimidate if they're going to attack. If you look at a bear, for example, they do. They stand up on their legs and give you a warning that they're getting a little agitated. But some animals that are in that super attack mode don't even warn you. So there's obviously an intelligence there. Not to mention the telepathic communication.
Who wins in a fight, Dogman or Sasquatch?
Oh, I feel I'd have to put my money on Dogman.
Oh, yeah. I'm going with Bigfoot. I'm going with Bigfoot the entire way. I think Bigfoot. Okay, Dogman reminds me of that heel wrestler who would have like a foreign object in his trunks and hit somebody with it. But I think Bigfoot can overcome that. I think he wins it by submission of the camel clutch, taking a page from the Iron Sheik back in the 80s. That's how I think he wins.
I could see it, yeah.
All right, so with the Dogman, and this creature has taken for a lot of people a lot of interest going back to Egyptian times with, the admiration and love for the god Anubis. Do you think there is any correlation between the two?
Yeah, I think it's a good possibility. Looking back through a lot of the different societies that have been around over the many centuries that humans have been around, we've found fascination in things that we can't explain. And I think that the comparison to Dogman to Anubis is actually a very good possibility that we were seeing these creatures even back then. But back then we were prescribing a more of a supernatural, godlike thing to them in comparison to now, where we are trying to be more scientific with it. And actually, that's a funny thing that we bring up Anubis, because my book, The Griffin, is actually going to be a trilogy, and the last creature in that trilogy is going to be Anubis.
Do you think it has mystical powers?
Well, with it supposedly having that telepathic factor, it's possible. Same thing like I was talking with Bigfoot. I guess, if you talk about the telepathy part of it, it's possible that there is kind of both a supernatural and scientific aspect to the creatures.
Okay, so explain that a little bit for our audience, if you don't mind.
Well, I mean, there are going to be scientists who say that telepathy is 100% real, and those that say it isn't. That telepathy is more of a parapsychological phenomenon, and anything usually that falls into parapsychology is in that, as you said, woo-woo factor. So I think that if you believe that the stories are true about the telepathy communication between Bigfoot and Dogman to humans, there has to be some type of supernatural aspect to the creatures. Whether it's, for example, Bigfoot can travel in and out of our reality, and that's why we don't see these creatures all the time. They're talking to us telepathically. I do believe that a lot of the indigenous and native cultures here in North America believe that these creatures, the Bigfoot in particular, did have some type of healing abilities. And so if you think of the Bigfoot in that way, Dogman has to be in that kind of that same realm, because we do hear about the telepathic experiences. What other abilities they may or may not have, I don't know. But again, Dogman is one of those ones where you're not seeing them as often in comparison to, like we talked about with the Bigfoot, where these people that have been in the woods their entire lives have never seen anything but, Joe Schmo that just went camping got a glimpse of it.
Bigfoot is known to run, allegedly, in packs. So, there are people who believe in their research that they hang out in threes to almost protect their family or the areas that they are in. I've experienced this once personally just a couple of years ago with my buddy Merle from Haunted Crew of Canada and one of my good friends up here, Mark. And it was very, very eerie being in the forest that day, watching this happen around us. Yet with Dogman, we always tend to see or hear of this being almost like a lone wolf, pardon the pun, or a solitary type creature. Do we know if there have been any multiple sightings of two or more of these creatures at once?
I haven't not heard a story where it's a pack in comparison to singular. Every time that I've talked to somebody about it, it's always been that lone wolf type mentality of just one. And I don't know if it's just because the others in the pack stay back because they've got the alpha there, or it truly is just that one that is out there maybe it breaks off from the family to do whatever it needs to do to get food or protect the perimeter, whatever the case may be.
I'm wondering though why the difference. I really don't know.
Yeah, because if you look at the wolf in particular, the animal wolf is a pack creature. There are those that will break off from the pack, and usually that's the alpha who's trying to protect the pack, and they stay much further ahead than the rest of them just to keep the perimeter. Maybe that is what's going on, and we don't see the rest of the pack because they're staying back to be protected. And that, in my mind, is a good possibility.
I guess that does make sense. It does make sense. And, with that, do you think maybe that's the reason why this creature is more aggressive, is because it is more territorial?
Absolutely, yeah. And most descriptions that I've heard describe the dogman of more like a wolfish type look to it. There are those that have said that there are other species of dogman where it's got the floppy ears, more kind of like a beagle or a Rottweiler or something like that. But usually the description that I've heard is more of a wolf, like, elongated snout, pointy ears. So to me, any creature that has an alpha, usually the alpha is more aggressive because they are being territorial and protective of the pack.
We don't hear a lot of stories about dogman in the West or up north here, but we do hear that they are kind of starting to come on in. Do you think this creature is starting to expand its territory from what was literally known as a northern central United States type creature?
I would think that would probably be the next evolutionary step for them, because when we think of Bigfoot, a lot of people believe that they're nomadic creatures in nature. So I would think that the dogman probably has that same particular mentality.
Do you think it also fears people?
I don't know that saying it fears us is a good word for it. I think it's cautious. So I guess you could say there's some type of fear when you're being cautious, but I honestly think with it being territorial the way that we're describing it, and being protective the way that we're describing it, it's more so that it's just a instinctual thing to be protective over fear. And maybe they're just smart enough to understand that humans are very unpredictable when we come to the woods, because we have people that are carrying firearms, we have people that are carrying crossbows or bows and arrows, and I mean we're more dangerous than these creatures are, any creatures, truthfully.
I want to ask you, though, in regards to the dogman species and where it's being seen and how we are kind of picturing it, why do you think that there is so fewer dogman encounters than we are hearing of Bigfoot?
That's a really good question, and that's something that I've kind of wondered what's really going on, because like I've been saying, we over the just the past couple of years, we've had way more sightings and interest in the dogmen than we have in the past. I honestly don't know. I don't know if it's something, like I said, where it's an offshoot of another creature, and that's why we're just now kind of seeing it more, or if it's been one of those things where, kind of like the Bigfoot, where they live in seclusion, and with humans expanding the way that we are, we're just seeing them more because we're pushing into their territories.
Makes sense. We got about 4 minutes to go before we go to break at the top of the hour. Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight. Do you think when it comes to these creatures, either Dogman, Bigfoot, really doesn't matter, that, well, let me phrase it this way. What do you think the reason is that we haven't been able to scientifically find a body or kill one of these creatures in order to study it?
Something that I forget who I was talking to, but somebody had brought up that nature can literally get rid of the evidence of a body in a matter of a couple of days. So if a creature died out in the wilderness and we didn't come by it in the time that it took for it to completely break down and decompose, with these creatures possibly living in the deep woods, or maybe they do live in caves, and that's why we don't see them, the dead. But I have heard from some people too, like Bigfoot, for example, that there is an intelligence there, so that maybe they bury their dead or take it back to wherever they live. There's a good possibility that maybe they devour their dead. I don't believe that, but that's a possibility.
Well, they have to put them somewhere. It's not, for most of us, I think, as much as I think there is some sort of supernatural type abilities with these creatures, I'm not fully convinced on the woo factor 100%. And I know that may disappoint our Twitter crowd, but I do believe there is something natural about these creatures too. Could we be seeing an entire different breed of science that we're not understanding in order to track these down?
Yeah, I mean that's a good possibility. Just like I was talking about with religion, I don't think we truly understand any of it enough to say truly what is going on with these creatures.
I don't know. I mean, the mystery is still there. In Justin's world, what do we got to do to solve this problem?
I mean, truthfully, more people have to get back to nature. I mean, we would truly see more of the creatures in the world if we got away from the technology that we've come to so accustomed to, that people don't get out anymore. They go to bars, they go to restaurants, they go home, and then it's either watching TV and I'm as guilty of it as anybody, but we do not have that connection to nature that we once did.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think there's not many more truthful words than that, and we got to be spending a little bit more time out in the forest or looking up in the stars to see if we can see anything anomalous and weird, because that's where the answers are. They truly are. And I sure as heck know if I find a nice fresh path, I am following it, man. I am following it.
Yeah, over the past couple years, since I met my wife, I was never that guy that wanted to go camping or be out in the outside world. I was very much even more introvert than I am now. But since I met my wife and she loved to go out camping, it's definitely opened my eyes to realizing I do like camping.
Perfect.
I do like going out in nature.
Justin, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight, talking all things cryptid. We'll get into the Griffin next on Spaced Out Radio, along with your questions. Stay tuned. All right, man, I'm going to run my dogs out one more time. I'll be right back, okay?
All right, I'll run to the bathroom and I'll be back as well.
All right.
The party is always on at the Moose Vancouver. The Moose Vancouver is where you want to be when visiting Canada's West Coast. Open until 2 a.m. nightly, the Moose cranks up the rock while serving some of the best rated food in the city. The menu starts at $6.95. Why party anywhere else in Vancouver when the Moose is right there? Get your horns up and rock with the Moose, the official party bar of Spaced Out Radio.
We're adding to the entertainment online for Spaced Out Radio. I'm Amber Beckrud, and I want to invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and check out Cryptid Tales, where I will take you on a journey into some of the strangest legends and lore from around the world, relaying the stories to you of the strange creatures and experiences that people have had throughout time. You can find Cryptid Tales at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. And while you're there, don't forget to check out our free archives and leave a comment. See you there.
Hello everyone, this is Ryan Stacy from the Experiencer Support Association, otherwise known as TESSA. We're glad to team up with Spaced Out Radio to help investigate your experiences on the SOR Sightlines report. Together, we'll investigate the strange sightings and occurrences you've had. We're looking for answers just like you. So fill out a Sightlines report on the Spaced Out Radio website and let's figure out what's going on together.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth. Use promo code SOR2019 at mightymoosebeard.com today.
Hey everyone, I'm John Edwards.
And I'm Stacey Edwards. Together, we're taking over Saturday nights on Spaced Out Radio, where we're going to bring our own experiences of the paranormal and talk to the best people we can find to help bring you answers to your strange tales.
We're here to entertain your need for weekend woo! So tune us in at spacedoutradio.com starting at 9:06 Pacific, 12:06 a.m. Eastern, where we can all get a little spooky together.
Spaced Out Saturday nights right here at spacedoutradio.com.
For the price of 1 cup of coffee a month, you can become an SOR Space Traveler. The Space Travelers Club is a place where you can interact with other listeners, either live during the show or on our great forum. We want your stories, pictures, comments, and ideas. You'll get live video streams, exclusive content, and be a part of our newsletter. Stay in touch with everything SOR. The Space Travelers Club is just $5 a month at spacedoutradio.com.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
Hello, Space Travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month and follow Spaced Out Radio on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our Instagram, Dave Scott SOR. Our Facebook page is Spaced Out Radio Show. Our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Come woo it up with Spaced Out Radio today. Bye!
Hi there, this is the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall. I'd like to invite you to listen in each Sunday night where we're going to open up your eyes to everything strange and paranormal. I will be hosting some great guests with topics that affect us all, such as UFOs, ghosts, and everything paranormal.
All right.
Let's learn together on Spaced Out Radio.
I am back. Here we go. So we got you for another 30 minutes here, and we'll hang on out and have a good time, Justin.
Sounds good.
Perfect. And go from there. And we'll run with it. And yeah, you having a good time?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So what kind of dogs do you have?
I have a German Shepherd and a German Shepherd Cross. Two big guys. They're getting older, though. They're close to both to that 10-year range.
We adopted a German Shepherd May of last year. He's 5'6" that they can tell, so he's still got some years on him yet.
One second here. I love dogs. I will definitely once these guys are, their time is up, I'll get a couple more dogs in that German Shepherd category. I just love them. All right, we got about 90 seconds.
All right. Well, we had somebody tell us that he was a stray all of his life, and the way that he takes commands and stuff, we're like, no, there's no way he knows all of these different commands and was a stray all of his life.
Yeah, I got my black one from my buddy because he had to rehome him. So I'm like, yeah, I'm in. I'll take him. I got room. I got half an acre for them to run around on, so it's worth it.
Okay.
It's worth it. They got lots of room. My one dog, he hates anything in his yard. And if he sees birds in the trees, he goes haywire. Absolutely haywire, because they're on his property and they didn't ask permission, type of thing. Like, he's just a jerk that way, and I think it's so hilarious to watch. I think it's absolutely hilarious to watch. All right, my friend, 5 seconds.
Worlds.
All right, here we go.
.com.
All right, music's on.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining on in. I want to say I appreciate each and every one of you listening on in, especially if you're on our terrestrial affiliates across the country and, well, that's across the continent, I should say, across the United States and Canada. On the digital side, we're proud to broadcast on the 24-hour stream on TalkStream Live and on Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Ebriaction. Ebriaction is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, and much more. And on Twitter, don't forget you can follow the show at Spaced Out Radio, along with my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Give us a a follow there. We'd appreciate that. For the final time tonight, author, podcaster, paranormal enthusiast Justin Cancilliere is our guest tonight, and we've been talking all things UFO, Dogman, Bigfoot. I gotta love it. What do you think else is out there, Justin? Like, you wrote a book about Griffin, and I realize your book is more fictional than anything, but when you hear of griffins, or you hear of the giant large thunderbirds that are flying around, or pterodactyls, do you think that any of these creatures are truly hanging out, or are people just way overabundance in imagination?
I'll say I want to believe. Are these creatures really out there? Sure, it's a good possibility that the pterosaurs of prehistoric times possibly somehow survived. Same thing goes for like Nessie, for example. A lot of people believe that it's a plesiosaur that somehow survived, or a family of plesiosaurs, because I don't know that we would still be seeing it in this time, that if there wasn't a family of them, or it wasn't reproducing somehow. But yeah, I think it's possible. I just don't know for sure. Like, again, I've never had the experiences, but I do believe people have seen something. What they're seeing, is it a misidentification, and they're just getting frightened and putting a label on something? Maybe. But one creature that I've always been hugely into is dragons. That's been my favorite mythical creature of all time. And again, it's one of those ones where I want to believe that these creatures were at maybe one time real, but we don't have that evidence to say that they were. Is it more possible that a knight walked into a cave and saw a fossilized dinosaur and made up this story of how he fought off the beast? That's probably a better possibility, but I truly want to believe that these creatures either one time existed or do exist now.
The possibilities with all of the technology that is out there is very, very difficult to even comprehend, that there is something still hanging out in our forests, in our mountains, in our oceans. I mean, that is very, very tough to comprehend with all the technology we have out there. I mean, shouldn't we be further ahead in the research of trying to prove or disprove a lot of these conspiracy theories around these creatures?
You would think so. Like I talked about earlier, we now have these supercomputers in the palm of our hands. You would think that we would be way closer to either having some type of understanding or having 100% irrefutable proof that these creatures do exist.
So with that, why do you think we're failing at it?
Like I talked about just before the break, we've come too super indulgent into our technology now. I don't think that too many people raise their nose from their cell phones as much as in the past, and we've kind of gotten away from looking up at the stars or being in nature, and that's been our biggest downfall. I think we're paying too much attention to who's on the latest TMZ post or who is the next hot model, and we're not paying attention to the other things that we have in the past. And I think it's kind of gone to the wayside a little bit, on top of just getting that evidence, even paying attention to any of the news posts that would have anything like that in them.
Do you think that we are missing, that how can I put this? Is it a lack of proper research in the field that is causing us to miss this?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure how much in depth people are going. The true researchers are going as deep as they can. As far as what we need to do to increase that knowledge and increase that research, I'm not really sure. Maybe people are just not asking the right questions.
Okay, so what questions need to be asked?
I honestly think that people are losing sight of what they really want. These creatures have been documented and researched for years, and I think that we're kind of losing what it is we're trying to really do in this field. People just want to talk. There are a lot of podcasts out there now that they're just there to talk. They're not doing any other research other than talk to people. And that is research in and of itself. But there are those people that aren't delving deeper into the subjects that they're getting people on to talk about. So they just let it be that way. I think that people need to really open their minds a little bit as to what is going on. I think we've come a little more close-minded in that respect because we are not delving as deep as we should.
Question about Bigfoot coming from Greco here. And he is asking, is Bigfoot using some sort of technology, or does this creature have natural abilities we just don't understand yet, in your opinion?
I think it's more so natural ability. To place a technology on it would give it an intelligence. Not that these creatures aren't intelligent, but I think that we would kind of be labeling it more of an extraterrestrial if we were saying there's technology there. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I truly believe it's a natural effect.
All right. Now, getting back to the other creatures, I had another question about leprechauns. Do you believe in like leprechauns, gnomes, fairy folk?
I do believe that there are entities out there that like that. Yeah. Those are, to me, land more so on the supernatural side, because any type of legends that you hear about these beings, they have, I guess, what you would call magical properties in comparison to today, where we would call it more supernatural. But yeah, I do believe that fairies and leprechauns do exist. What they are, or what their intentions are, that I'm not really sure. But
now, do you believe that they are strewn across the world, or just in certain areas? Like, for instance, there are parks in Ireland, I believe, that you cannot go in because the leprechauns kind of have that territory. In Iceland, they build their highways and their roads pending on investigation whether or not those are areas where the fairy folk live. I mean, there's a lot of seriousness that goes into this topic for certain cultures and certain areas.
I think humans try to put too much importance on things like that. I believe that spiritual creatures don't really care about land or territory, seeing as they exist in and out of our existence, in my opinion. I think that's good, though. I think that humans should have that awareness of their environment. But I think, these creatures are strewn throughout the world, even traveling to different areas of the world. They don't populate in just one area.
Well, in North America, many First Nations cultures believe that, they can be troubled at times by what they call the little people. And these are folklorish little people that have their own communities and up in the mountains. And there are areas where First Nations people just will not travel. And, because they fear the little people so much. When we hear stories like that and legends like that, for many of us who come up or have been brought up in more of a scientific-based idealism, it's very difficult to comprehend and understand whether or not something like that is true. How do we go about, combining the legend with the science to see if there is anything in between that we're missing?
I honestly think that the only way that we could truly do that is to break through interdimensional space. Because if these things are what we signify as spiritual in nature, they're living on another plane or existing between planes. We would have to come up with some type of technology. And there are scientists who are pushing that we are somehow coming up on a technology to look into alternate dimensions. I honestly think that pushing that particular technology would be the way for us to tell what these creatures are and what they want and how to communicate with them.
Do you think that they want to communicate with us? I mean, let's face it, we don't do a lot to make ourselves look favorable to any type of animal species.
Right. When it comes to these ones that we've placed an intelligence on, I think that they do want to communicate with us. I think that more so than like we were talking about with the dogmen, I think these spiritual beings are smart enough to fear humanity, where if it's the Bigfoot or the dogman, it's more instinctual and territorial in nature.
What about the chupacabra? I mean, down in Texas and Mexico, I mean, they look at this thing as if it is some sort of freaky, hideous creature, where many people believe that it is just a rabid dog with a bad case of mange.
That one is kind of hard because I had talked to Ben Radford. He had done a book on the chupacabra on Paratruth, and he had kind of made a good case that the chupacabra is kind of a made-up creature, or what we know of it being a made-up creature, because the lady that kind of started this whole craze with the chupacabra had just seen the movie Species, and then seen something she didn't know what it was, and placed the characteristics of the species monster, or alien, if you will, onto this creature that she didn't know what it was. So a lot of the sightings that we see now, I honestly think that it's more so a diseased animal over this goat sucker, because the original description of the chupacabra that this woman had come up with was more kind of a extraterrestrial look to it. It was bipedal. It had scales over just like skin or no fur, and elongated fingernails, very long, sharp teeth, and almost kind of like a what you would think of as a gray type head with large eyes, very bulbous head, and then I believe there was a description of spines going down its head and back. So I don't think that the chupacabra is what we are describing it. I think it's people putting that label on things that they're seeing, and they can't understand that it's just a diseased animal.
Yeah, I think, and in that regard, I could see that one being correct. To me, that seems like the most logical answer towards it. And I'm just not sure if, we just want to believe in these supernatural type beings or what have you. But I mean, there are some strange things going on. I mean, if you take, for instance, if you look and you go down the really weird, strange road of these animal mutilations that are allegedly going on, where creatures are having their everything from their stomachs to their intestines and tongues that are being what looks like surgically removed by lasers, and people are pointing to this and saying there's no way a knife could cut that cleanly. And there's some very respected people who have looked into this. And then you look into the idea that, there is so much weird, strange going on out there. I mean, at some point, something has to give for the community and prove something is actually happening out there, does it not?
I would think that we have to somehow kind of merge what we understand of science and of the paranormal, and I think that that's where we are headed, but I don't know what it's going to take for us to actually get there. I think that there are a lot of these scientific labs out there that are doing hidden experiments that we don't know about as well. That's how we advance our technology with weapons, as well as trying to figure out how to protect ourselves against viruses. And we experiment on animals. I mean, to me, I feel that that's a sick way to do it, but we do. And what happens to those animals after we've been experimenting on them, it could be an explanation as to what a lot of these creatures we see or are seeing.
It could be, as we have about 2.5 minutes left with you tonight. It could be, Justin, but I mean, people, though, are still having those experiences. I mean, take Mothman. We all thought Mothman ended with, in Point Pleasant when the Silver Bridge collapsed. Now, allegedly, we're hearing sightings in Chicago, Indiana, all around Illinois. And we can't seem to figure out what it is or what is actually happening.
Right. Yeah. And again, that kind of boils down to the intelligence factor on these creatures too. Like, was Mothman some type of extraterrestrial? Is, I should say, is, not was. And they're coming back around because a lot of people believe that the Mothman in Point Pleasant was a warning. Maybe they're coming back now because they're trying to warn us of something else.
Oh, that's interesting. Do you think that a lot of these are omens that we are seeing?
With the Mothman in particular, it's possible, especially with the fact that in Point Pleasant, it was concentrated on that bridge, and a lot of people believe it was warning that bridge was going to collapse. And today we're seeing them kind of spread out a little bit here and there. But yeah, I think that something big might be coming. Only time will tell, I suppose.
With 1 minute left, do me a favor, Justin. Tell everybody where they can find your podcast, where they can find your book, and reach out to you.
Yep. You can go to my website, justincancilliere.com. You can also reach me on newlanternmedia.com. That's the media company that I came up with to house a couple of podcasts that I've got going on. And you can just reach out to me on those websites, or I am on all social medias.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. You do a pretty good job with that. You really do. And keep up your hard work and what you're doing, and and make sure that you let us know when you got that third phase of the Griffin out, because that's going to be very interesting indeed, man. Very interesting indeed.
Absolutely.
All right, Justin Cancilliere, everybody, on Spaced Out Radio. What a great night, man. What a great night we have had here, and guess what? It continues. Oh, yes, it does. It totally continues, because coming up next in the final half hour of the program, we have the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Dave. So stay tuned. More Spaced Out Radio coming up. Justin, thank you so much for taking time out, man. I know you're tired, not used to staying up this late, but I mean, we really appreciate you doing that for our audience, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. I'll have to get you on Paratruth or Beyond Reason sometime soon.
Absolutely. Just let me know, man. Let me know and I'll be there.
Sounds good.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye. That was fun. That was a fun show. Hey, YouTube, I'm just going to be loading up the news here for a couple of seconds, so I will be chatting with you guys, but not really paying attention to what the chat says. Don't forget that we have after the show tonight, it is Friday night, so we will do our weekly Ask Me Anything, and we will get to it right like that. So make sure you check it on out. All right, stick around if you're on the YouTube side. Invite some friends in. Hang out with us. Go grab yourself an extra drink, maybe a platter of cheese or some Cheetos or bag of chips, because we can't all hear you crunching down on the chips, which is okay. Let's just hang out, have some fun. Let's see, what is this one here? Loading up the news. Okay, I thought we had that story last week, but that might be an update. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, laser beams. Frickin' laser beams. Oh yeah. Frickin' laser beams. I'll stick that one with the wildlife stuff there and kind of go like that. Because we got to put them in order. Got to try and put the stories in order. Mm-hmm. What is this one? Oh, wow. Oh, there. Let's see. Mm-hmm. It's this one. When did that story? Oh, that's way old. Way old. Need something new. Yeah, let's go to this one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Frickin' laser beams. we go. We're set. We are set. I got my Pepsi here, man. This one I got here, Dev. We got a spare one just in case. Don't worry. We're okay with Pepsi. We're okay. We got it all here, man. We got it all here. We got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Sharks with freaking laser beams. Final commercial. Dave, you should do a live on Facebook. I did a live the other day and I ranted. I totally ranted. I was pissed off. I did that on Tuesday. All right. Here we go. Thank you so much to Cable Guy Matt, Human Carl, and Fap for the super chats tonight. Really do appreciate that. Don't forget, after the show, we will be doing our Ask Me Anything, so stay tuned because we will still be live after the show. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. So happy to have each and every one of you here with us tonight. We want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including Rocking Out to Bumblefoot, and don't forget to read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and so much more. Speaking of the news, let's get to it, shall we? The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire at the back end of every show, where we get into the weird, the strange, the WTF. And it can all be found on our website, spacedoutradio.com. All right, frickin' laser beams. Let's get to it right off the bat. There is no disputing that the Earth has a problem with space junk, whether it's approximately 3,000 dead satellites orbiting the planet or the thousands of smaller pieces, each of which could cause catastrophic damage to any space asset that it comes in contact with. Several potential solutions have been put forward recently for this problem, such as an existing sophisticated Earth-based monitoring system that makes it easier to avoid the objects in question. An intriguing approach being explored by a U.S. tech company, Centauri Photonic Associates, and other interested parties offers alternative answers. And if it works out as planned, it could turn out to be an absolutely essential component for future space missions. The idea is for a just-in-time collision avoidance system that would help shift oncoming objects out of the way of oncoming rockets and other space objects before they can cause a catastrophic collision. This could be achieved in several different ways. One would be for the rockets to carry small capsules of material like talcum powder that, despite their not exactly fearsome reputation here on Earth, could create a cloud of particles in space to change the trajectory of incoming objects. Releasing a cloud of such particles in front of one of the pieces of debris could create an associated drag, which, though small, would be enough to lower the probability of an announced collision. Another option the researchers are putting forward is the involvement of a higher power orbiting pulsed laser, frickin' laser beams, that's able to move objects out of the way by changing their speed slightly. Shifting an object just a few tenths of a micrometer per second could be enough to change its course with several days advance warning. It doesn't take much energy to nudge something tens of micrometers per second, Claude Phipps, managing partner of Photonic Associates, says. You watch what you are doing so you can correct any wrong motions immediately with the next pulse. We would love to test this concept, possibly beginning with derelict French rocket bodies. Testing real debris targets is important because of their complex shapes. How about we just send like a couple of, those big buckets that you can get and put in your driveway when you're like redoing your roof or redoing the inside of your house? And get like a big dump truck to pick it on up and carry it down. I don't know. Too human? I think so. We need some sort of space junk company. What about 1-800-GOT-JUNK? Why aren't they coming up with something? This could be very, very lucrative for them, especially with their big bins. A woman walked into an airport without any clothes on and refused to leave after airline officials told her she couldn't travel. Yeah, this happened in Louisiana, not Florida. Marielle Vergara of Pueblo, Colorado, was naked when she approached the Spirit Airlines ticket counter at Louis Armstrong International Airport. Yeah, a Jefferson Parish deputy was called, and Vergara, who's just 27 years old, had to put on a dress by the time he had arrived, but she was still blocked from traveling because she wasn't wearing underwear, and her dress didn't fully cover her privates. Reports say that. Oh, poor girl. Lots of air conditioning. Vergara ignored the orders to leave and scuffled with deputies before being arrested on charges including obscenity and battery of a police officer. Additional charges were filed later this week, including battery of a correctional officer, according to reports. It's unclear whether Vergara had an attorney who would comment on her behalf. What do you think drugs are involved there? What kind of drugs? Because that's just not stupidity. Speaking of nudists, face masks aren't mandatory everywhere, but strict rules on wearing them have become enforced in the Czech Republic, even for nudists. You got to be kidding me. So here's the ley line of the picture. You got this couple, they're sitting by a lake, they're kind of off a trail a little bit, maybe 10, 15 feet. They're lounging around on a towel and a lawn chair, all naked, enjoying the sun, and the police approach and say, yeah, we got to ticket you because you're not wearing a face mask. Think about that. This is where we are in this world right now. The European country has begun to relax restrictions imposed because of the coronavirus, but at the height of concerns late last month, police were called in to remind people while it was okay to get naked in designated public places, mouths needed to be covered. Czech law enforcers issued a warning after officers were called out on March 27th in a small town of Lozne Bodanich, east of Prague, because of complaints about maskless naturists basking in the warm weather. I didn't think it would be that warm in the Czech Republic at this time of year. Unfortunately, many of the sunbathing citizens were gathering in large groups, and some were not wearing face masks, a police statement said. Upon the arrival of the police, everyone agreed to respect the government regulation that face shields are compulsory outside of home. Citizens are allowed to be without clothes in designated locations, but they still must cover their mouths and only gather in appropriate numbers. The message seems to have been heeded, though. That's good. The statement said in a subsequent police patrol found that 150 people they encountered, only half needed reminding about the masks. We understand that many do not have a garden and want to get some fresh air in the countryside, but we all have one common desire to respect the government's guidelines so that the restrictions can be gradually lifted, the statement said. That, however, will not happen until everyone starts to dutifully respect the rules. Get naked, but make sure your mouth is covered in the Czech Republic. Here's an interesting one. A new trend has been started on TikTok, which sees users predicting their future via Netflix, and some people are not happy with their fortune. It seems coronavirus lockdown boredom has taken to new heights as Netflix viewers have moved on from merely binge-watching shows to using them to predict the future. Yes, people on TikTok have started a bizarre but rather entertaining new trend that seems a random episode become a crystal ball that will show you what your future holds. The craze, known as the Psychic TV Challenge, was started by a user named @GraceBurgie, whose video demonstrating how to do it went viral, garnering over 2 million likes. Want to give it a go for yourself? Here's how you get involved. All right. To start, load up Netflix and put the initial of your first name into the search bar. Once the results have come up, pick a number between 1 and 10, and then count that number in the results, going from left to right across the screen to find a show to use. Click on the show and then pick another number between 1 and the latest season it's on if it has more than one season. For example, if the show has 12 seasons, you'd pick a number between 1 and 12. Then you need to select the number between 1 and the number of episodes that are in that season. Okay, this is getting way too complicated. Way too complicated. Anyways, that number is the episode you are using, so click on it. You then have to pick one final number between 1 and however many minutes the episode length is, and it might be a 30-minute episode or maybe a 45-minute one. Skip through the episode to that number, and whatever happens in the show at that point when you press play is your fortune. Yeah, okay. As people start playing the episode at a time, they've selected the main character. Gibbs says, passes away. The pair? Yeah, well, you know what? This is dumb. This is dumb. All right? I don't recommend doing this. Look, if literally your life is that bad that you gotta come up with some mathematical equation to psychically guess your future through Netflix, turn off the TV. Turn off the TV. Pick up a book. There's some great books out there. I'm sure there's even great books in your house. Don't do this. This is just a waste of time. This is something that will make you cranky for no reason. No reason. All right? No reason. Let's just not do this. We have more important things to do right now. Oh, that story just bugs me. How dumb. How dumb. By the way, I picked that one. Captain Shirk did not. Guerrilla tourism in Africa has now been suspended while sanctuaries for other apes, such as orangutans, have been closed to the public. It's not known if great apes can contract the virus, but there are growing fears that our closest living relatives might be equally at risk. New measures have been put in place to protect big cats and their caregivers. After this week, a tiger at the Bronx Zoo tested positive for coronavirus. Dr. Kirsten Gillardy is Chief Veterinary Officer for Gorilla Doctors, which provides veterinary care to gorillas in the forests of Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We don't know if it's infected mountain gorillas. We have not seen any evidence of that, she said. Well, that's good news. But because mountain gorillas are susceptible to human pathogens, we know that they can develop respiratory illness. Yeah, So what are they trying to do? They're trying to practice social distancing with the animals. The work the vets and rangers who care for the wild gorillas continues, but with added precautions. Much of what we're practicing right now, she says, in terms of social distancing and self-quarantine, are at the heart of the recommendations for protecting great apes as well. Good. Even before the outbreak, people were asked to stay 7 meters away from gorillas at all times. New guidance from the International Union for the Conservation of Nature calls for a minimum distance of 10 meters now from great apes, with visits by humans reduced to the minimum needed to ensure their safety and health. No person who is ill or who has been in contact with a sick person in the preceding 14 days should be allowed to enter the area. Good. Let's make that happen. Moving on, a wildlife trust in Kenya shared the story of a rescued zebra that unexpectedly gave birth to a zonkey. So what's a zonkey? A hybrid of a zebra and a donkey. Well, apparently the zebra and the donkey, they were at this house party. The music was playing. The zebra is hanging out with her girlfriends. You know, and all of a sudden this donkey and his buddies come on over. They drop a little bit into their water trough. You know, who knows? Maybe it was some, coarse grass or maybe some clovers, and said, hey, let's see what we can do here. Well, one thing led to another, and the next thing you know, there's a little zonkey here. The Sheldrick Wildlife Trust said the female zebra wandered out of Tsavo East National Park and was rescued by the trust in May 2019 after an honorary member of a woman's cattle herd near the park. The trust placed the zebra at the Kenzie Anti-Poaching Team's base in Chiulu National Park, where the animal surprised the team by giving birth to a foal. It said team members noticed the foal was suspiciously light on stripes and overwhelmingly tawny in color. At first, we thought that it had just been wallowing in a mud bath, but the truth dawned on us. Our wayward zebra had given birth to a zonkey, the trust said. The trust said zebras have a gestation period of 12 months, indicating the zebra must have had an encounter with an amorous donkey while spending time with the cattle herd outside of the East National Park. Experts say it's highly unusual for a zonkey to be born to a wild zebra. See, this is what happens when you party with donkeys and zebras. Okay, weird things happen. Those dirty animals. Oh, those dirty animals. A motorist caught speeding at 110 miles per hour told police he had traveled more than 100 miles to London to buy bread because it was cheaper. Officers stopped the man at about 10:40 p.m. this past Sunday as he was heading back to Nottingham on the N1. He was with his 2 young children and told police he had traveled to the capital because a loaf of bread was £1 cheaper during the coronavirus outbreak. The driver was given 2 fixed penalty notices and reported to court for speeding. The distance between Nottingham and London is more than 120 miles, and police said the man was stopped near Junction 22. The courts will decide the level of the fine. The second notice was under the Health Protection Regulations Act 2020, which comes with a £60 fine. It came into force in March to give police powers to punish anyone breaking the coronavirus lockdown restrictions. Okay, so let's do the mathematics on this. Okay, he drives 120 miles an hour or 100 miles an hour to go 100 miles to save $1, to save £1. The mathematics were not in his favor on this one. Not in his favor. Thought of the Day happens every night at this time, where we ask a question on our Facebook and Twitter pages. Read your responses on the air because we love the audience participation around here. Today's Thought of the Day is as follows. It's Easter weekend. What are you doing differently for Easter this year? I'll tell you what upsets me. I'm Ukrainian. So every year I get a beautiful basket of the essentials. Okay, the essentials to life, which include bread, eggs, kielbasa, garlic, onions, horseradish. And then we go get that blessed by a priest. Cottage cheese is in there too, but I don't eat that. I don't like cottage cheese. And salt. And we go get it blessed by a priest. and the minister, and then we go home and we pig out. And I'm not going to get my Easter egg this year because, you know, you get the cool Ukrainian Easter eggs that are painted. I got 100 or so of those. They're fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But I'm not going to get to do that this year. And I'm kind of hurt by that because that's such a beautiful family tradition that we have. So, got to figure that one out. Maybe I'll just make up a basket and keep it for myself. Maureen says I might actually take a break from the paranormal stuff and focus on my religion for a minute. Goddess Michelle, if you think about it, religion is paranormal. You can do both. Hugs to you. Marty, great clown tonight, Marty. Due to the pandemic quarantine, we are having a simple ham and sweet potato dinner at home. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Just me and my wife, he says. No other family or friends this time. Then we are going to watch some good paranormal television and have some homemade pie for dessert. That's a good dinner, Marty. Good dinner. All right. Goddess Michelle, she says, well, every Easter is different for me. It's because of my shift work, but this year we had our Easter supper today. I gave gifts to those that I felt may need help this week. I also gave to my own family. To me, Easter is about sacrifice and chocolate. Beautifully said, Michelle. Beautifully said. Science Bob is growing a fantastic beard, by the way. Going online to go to Easter services. Anthony, the tattoo man, my birthday actually falls on Easter this year, so I am sleeping, he says. Let's move on, shall we? Debbie, got my kids candy and a few special items. There are 25 and 15. Going to color eggs and have barbecue ribs. Bought plastic eggs to hide in the house, staying in and being safe. How about you? Well, last year, I went and hid some chocolate eggs. Well, the Easter Bunny went and hid some chocolate eggs and some rabbits around, chocolate rabbits, that is, around my front yard. Problem was, the ravens were watching. Yeah, next thing I know, I see a raven fly off with the Reese's peanut butter cups. Then I see him fly off with one of the rabbits. I was like, ew. But you know what? He needed Easter too, so he got some chocolate. Ilona, my daughter and I are going to make roast chicken for dinner. I will order my daughter an Easter gift online as can't go shopping for Easter gifts. Plus, she isn't into chocolate anymore. Teens these days. Watch some Netflix and YouTube. It's going to be an amazing time. Kristen, time-consuming scavenger hunt for my boys. I got to keep them busy. Chuck, nothing, as in do nothing. Bachelor living alone, usually have dinner at my daughter's, but staying home is safer for everyone this year. Tina, solo Easter, no family gathering. Ha ha ha. Karen, can't get my Ukrainian food. I know that feeling. So not sure what I'll be eating. I will probably just have another day. Nikki, reading project, Revelations due to current psychic downloads. Kelly, I'm packing, cleaning, chowing down on candy while I do it. Bill Cardwell, number 1. I'm going for a walk in the woods, looking for some bunnies I can dip in chocolate. We're going to end it right there. Thank you to everybody participating in the Thought of the Dave on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you to Captain Shirk for hanging on out with us and getting the news together for the SOR Newswire, which can be found on our website, as well as its Facebook page, the SOR Newswire. If you want to give that a like, we'd really appreciate it. And to Justin Cancilliere for coming in to be our guest tonight, talking all things cryptid, UFOs. You know what? We didn't even touch on ghosts with him, really. Well, I guess we did in the first half hour. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, in your cars, at work, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone participating in our chat rooms on Spreaker, YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Facebook, the SOR Space Travelers Club on our website, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Yes, I love all you snarkers and snarkettes. Oh, yeah. We've had a good time tonight. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. thank you so much for sharing your night with us. It's been a lot of fun, and we'll do it all again, because together, my friends,
stay in line, don't make a mistake. We're watching.
We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Have a great night, everybody. We'll do it all again soon. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff, people. Very good stuff right there. Woo! All right, stop that track right there. Yes, we're going to stop you. Thank you, I'm done. I guess I'll turn that off. Watched you for so long, wait for you to fall, we'll expose you all. Watching me. All right. All right. Let me just get set up here. Watching me. All right. All right. Okay, you guys stick around. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back. I just got to go make sure my dogs are put away. I'll be right back. Stay right there. Don't move, because we have the after hours party kicking off here momentarily. Okay, let's get this party started, shall we? As Dave will be editing at the exact same time. How we all doing? Nixa in Croatia. What was the thought of the Dave? It was about Easter. What are you doing this Easter weekend? If you could put your questions in capital letters so I can see them, that would be absolutely wonderful if you could do that. Let's move this over here. So, yes. Oh, shoot. We got to download the episode. Dashboard. Right there. View. And we'll grab this one right here. View episode. And download. All right. The process has begun. Or has it just begun? All right. Your questions. Ask me anything. Let's do this thing. We've got 52 people here. Let's hang out. Have a good time. YouTube. All on you, my friends. Do you love deviled eggs? I love deviled eggs. Love them. I will clear out a plate. I also like eating raw garlic. Yes. Raw garlic is good. Good stuff. All right, next question comes from Focus. Did the alien hunter ever describe what those two giant beings in that big-ass spaceship look like? I don't recall. I really do not recall. I don't. Oh, Margarita. Margarita Marie. That could be a name of a boat. Margarita Marie. Oh, there we go. Hair was caught. Margarita Marie. What kind of questions you can ask? You can ask almost anything. I'll tell you if I'm going to answer it or not. I answer almost everything. What's the best hot sauce for deviled eggs? Anyone besides Frank's. You got to go hotter than Frank's. Robert, any personal paranormal story? What would you like to hear? Let me think of one. Let me think of one. Let's see. Working in a haunted building probably scared me the most. I worked at this hockey rink that was built out of a hillside, and that place was it was freaky. There was all things. So one of the stories out of there, I was working the night shift, and my cousin and his girlfriend at the time came by because we were all going to go out, and I was locking the doors at like 11 o'clock, and we were all going to head down to the bar about 11:30, and I'm like 21 years old at this time, 20 years old. And so as we're cleaning up the dressing rooms, which were right by the ice, there was only 3 of us left in the rink. We start hearing pucks hitting the boards and plexiglass. And my cousin and I are like, who's on the ice? And all the doors are locked. It is just us 3 inside with the doors locked. And we go out to the rink and there is nobody there. Nobody there. That freaked me out. Sriracha sauce is not hot enough. Go hotter, Devin. Go hotter. Use your imagination. Go real hot. All right, Asteroid. Dear Dave, why did you earlier say that Secure Team 10 was a hoaxer? Because he's been caught many, many times using CGI videos and other videos of balloons and Chinese lanterns and drones as UFOs. And when you have 2.1 million followers, so for instance, I've got almost 7,800 people following this channel now, or 7,300 in that mid 70s range. And if I was to bullshit you guys, it wouldn't be cool, right? It wouldn't be cool at all. And, when you are making money, and he was making tens of thousands of dollars off of this, and on people's emotions who have seen craft, been on craft, are trying to figure out what is going on. It's ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous and does nothing good for the community. So that's why I'm not a fan of Secure Team 10. Add to the fact that he stole the logo. He tried to accuse the police and corrections officers of beating him up. I don't believe it for a second. Do not believe it for a second. The guy is a fraud, and he's made a lot of money off of people's emotions. So that's what I do not like about him. I hope you don't mind. By the way, speaking of Secure Team 10, if you see me looking away here, it's because I'm doing some editing at this time as well. But speaking of Secure Team 10, if you guys go and check out Rich Giordano's Goof On radio stream, Rich did an incredible spoof on Tyler today. I was just dying laughing. So make sure you check that on out. It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Okay, have you ever been to Europe? I've never been to Europe. Never. I've never been in a financial position where I could go to Europe or Mexico for holidays or Australia. I've never been off of North America. It's one of the things that I am not a fan of, but it is what it is. And hopefully one day I get that opportunity to do so. SMP. What would you suggest for someone who has never seen or experienced anything out of the ordinary, who wants to have a paranormal experience, no drugs? Find people who in your area who are highly intuitive, okay, who do it the right way, no drugs, no nothing, okay, no enhancements. They are out there, and there's some very smart, brilliant people who have had some extraordinary experiences that they cannot explain, and they are very, very tuned in, shall we say. When you find those people and you find out that they who they are and that you can trust them and that they're not full of crap, and you start hanging out with them, things will happen. That's what I did. Oh, excuse me. And it's probably the best advice that I could give you. Hang out with people who are intuitive. It is phenomenal what you can learn from them. Phenomenal. So, but make sure they're for real. Like, they're not charging money. They don't have an answer for everything. Okay, you got to be real careful and wary, and you know who you can trust and who you don't. You will be able to tell that. Okay, so just make sure that you do your homework on whomever you are hanging out with, and you'll be able to tell wrong from right real quick. It's very easy to be able to do that. All right. I hope that answers that for you, though. Thank you for your question. Marie, do you own a spirit box? If so, how often do you turn it on, or just for the heck of it? I do own a spirit box. I have absolutely zero luck with it. Very, very, very little luck with it. Other people that I'm around have great luck with it. Not me. I don't know why, but the spirit box just does not care for me. Sometimes you get something, but I have never got that real interesting piece that just kind of makes you jump back and, you know, give that really loud holy shit. I've never had that. I've heard it happen on other ghost boxes when other people are using them, but I've never had that for myself. And yeah, I feel a little ripped off by that. I do. I'm not going to lie. All right, let's see. Where are we here? There's Marie's question. I love tequila. I love tequila. This is why you and I should not party together, Marie. The tequila would come out and it would be dangerous. It would be dangerous. We'd both need wheelchairs to get us out of the area. All right, Dave, what is your favorite burger topped with? Oh, great question. I love a mushroom Swiss bacon burger. I do. I that's my favorite burger, is a mushroom Swiss cheeseburger with bacon. Okay, no pickles. No pickles. Okay. That will make Dave very, very happy each time. And then you have like French fries with gravy and mayonnaise on the side. Oh yeah, that makes Dave real happy. Real happy. Appetizer, hot wings. Always hot wings. Let's save that first. All right, next question. Do you think other people can induce hallucinations in others? Oh, great question, Chris. Yes. And how that is done, in my opinion, is through fear-mongering. You get somebody whom you trust. Like, I'll give you an example. One of my former ladies who helped me out on my ghost tour, she started hanging out with this psychic lady who was completely dark. Like, everything she talked about was dark. It was evil. It was like nothing was ever of the light. And my friend went down that path, and I eventually had to fire her from my tour because she was scaring people with the comments and everything that she was doing. And I felt horrible about it, but I really had no choice, because what she would do is she would ask my opinion of things. And look, I'm not a ghost investigator, okay? I don't pretend to be one, but I have learned from some of the best on what to do, what not to do, okay? And I think of Mike Morin, I think of David Weatherly, I think of people along that ilk, Ross Allison, John Tenney. This show has given me a very, very good base so I could learn. And everything that I stated, she would take to her really, really dark psychic friend and really try to, her psychic friend would say, Dave doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know shit. He doesn't know jack squat or anything like that. So it didn't matter. She would always come to me for advice, but then do the exact opposite of what we had talked about, because my word was not good enough comparatively to her friends. And anyways, long story short, because of that, I had to, and she was scaring people on the tour because of the things that she was saying. I had to, unfortunately, release her from her tour duties because it wasn't cool. It really wasn't cool. I'm not going to get into full detail on that. This person and I are still friends, but we are not as close as we used to be. That sucks. However, with her hanging out with this person and knowing what this person brings energy wise, And it's not just me who has felt it around this person, it's other people as well. It's just not conducive to what I want to do or trying to accomplish in the paranormal. So, unfortunately, had to give that up. All right, let's see here. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. All right, let's see. Where were we? Where was that question? It's just so okay, there we go. There was that one. All right. Asteroid. Dave, have you ever or would you experience ayahuasca? No. No. Dude, I've had so many cool experiences without any sort of drug or hallucinogen. I just don't need to do it. That's me. I know other people. I'm not shooting down anybody who has done it or anything along those lines. But for me, no, I don't feel that I need to do that in order to get the results that I want. And I'll be honest with you, that type of stuff, I realize people have done it for a long time. Okay. But when you get into that type of hallucinogen, to me, that's just scary. So no, I mean, I don't bemoan anybody who's done it. And I know a lot of people who have, but for me, I just do not want to go down that road. Do not want to go down that road. Is the woman who hosted you went to? Which party? Which party, man? No, it was from that story. No, it would have been a different person. All right. We need this one. See what else we mix in here. You'll start seeing Bigfoot. Oh, I could. I may start seeing Bigfoot. No, I just opened a Pepsi. See? Pepsi. Okay, your questions, ladies and gentlemen. Daddy, would you like some sausage? Oh my, Audra. Oh my. Where is that coming from, you naughty, naughty soul? But Daddy. Oh, anyways. Somebody's been, no, I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it. Nope. No, I am not going to say it. All right, where's the start of this episode? No, let's go over here. Somewhere in there. That's a commercial, that's a commercial, that's a commercial. That's the show right there. All right. Yeah, that looks like the show. What else we got? Yeah, that's the show. Have you ever seen gnomes at your place? Not real ones. No, the only thing that I've ever seen that was close to a gnome was when my son and I were geocaching on one of the local trails. And this is, oh shit, he was 3 at the time. And I had him in his stroller. And I think this is August, September. Because the bears, early September, like around the Labor Day long weekend in that area. And the reason why we did it there is because it was close to home and we were having a boys' day. We one second here. And there was this little creature, and I'll do a real horrible drawing of it, but I mean, honestly, as bad as this is going to be, let's see here. So it was kind of like this. It was kind of like, I mean, I'm a terrible artist, okay? So please don't hold that against me. That's kind of what it looked like. Let me see if that's correct here. Hold on. All right, that's kind of what it looked like right there. And it was maybe like 18 inches tall. And it came just walking up from the lakeside up the hill and started to walk across the trail, and it was about 20 feet in front of us, and it just stopped. And then it took off back down the hill. As weird as that sounds. Let's go here. Have I pasted that yet? Almost done this. Cool. All right. Give me 2 seconds here, people. I'm almost done. Oh, let's go here. Okay, I know I've missed a bunch here. Have I ever had an astronomer on the show? No. No, I have not. The main reason why I haven't is our show isn't really a scientific type show. And I would say one of my biggest weaknesses is the science aspect of everything. I'm not good with understanding science. I'm not good along that level. And I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. Plus, I also know that we are really, really about, we're about the woo. I mean, let's just be honest. We are about the woo, and we are about the storytelling, the incredible stories that we leave up to your judgment on whether or not you want to believe them. All right. And for us to break from that, I don't know if that's a good thing. I really don't. So I really try and stay away from the hardcore science. Now, that's not saying that we're not going to do that. Okay, but other people can do that because they think it makes their show smarter. It makes them more brave and more fact-based and everything like that. And dude, I'm about the stories. I'm about the stories and having fun, and you guys having fun. And if they're out there, some of them, like whether it's our Keith Andrews or whomever, that's what makes the show fun. Let's see here. What would we do with a caught? What would we do with a caught if we caught an alien gray? I don't know, but I want that to happen. I do. I totally want that to happen. That would be so cool if that happened. It would be so cool. And I totally would love that. Mm-hmm. 363813. All right, and just give me 2 seconds here. Oh, let's see. Okay, next question. Let's see here. Have you experienced shadow people? I totally believe in shadow people, Devin. I've only really, I mean, I've seen shadow beings before. My first experience, it was funny because I remember like 3 weeks previous to my first experience, and I think it happened in like 2005. Art Bell was still on the air, and he had done a show on shadow people, which totally blew my mind. And it was just a phenomenal piece of radio. And long story short, like 3 weeks later, I ended up I lived in a basement suite, and I had to go through. So I parked my vehicle on the road, and then I had to walk up the driveway and then open the gate and then walk around the side of the house. And there was always, some, I had one of them sensor lights, and the sensor light was on. And so I didn't know if it was a bear or a cougar or a raccoon, or maybe, a mouse or a dog or a cat that had it on. So I kind of went around wide just in case it was a bear or a cougar. And I could see the sensor light was right beside my front door, and there was this shadow being standing there staring at my door. And it looked at me, and then it turned about 180 degrees and dashed through this cement wall. And I was like, holy shit, did that really just happen? But it did. And the funny part about it is it had a head. It was comical because it was like, it was just a drawing, and it was probably, 6 feet tall. And it had no hands, it had no feet, but it had pants on it, it had sleeves on it. It was very squared off. It was weird. But yeah, that was kind of cool. Dave, do you believe in Robert the Doll and artifacts as such to be real? Thanks, RPG. Yes, I do. Mandy the Haunted Doll up in Quesnel Museum in Quesnel, British Columbia. Her and Robert are listed in the top 10 most haunted dolls in the world. And Mandy almost killed Mike Morin from Haunted Crew of Canada. So you know him as Merle on Ghosts of the Great White North. Merle will be back on Wednesday. And yeah, I totally believe that. I wouldn't take a picture of Robert without asking his permission first. Dave, can we get an on-air possession? No, I don't think that's going to happen. We might do some channeling though, which is kind of the same thing, I guess. Audra, hey Dave, do you like to go on other people's shows? If they invite me, I will. I don't go looking for them. If they invite me and they're of quality, I will. Did Brandon's wife give birth yet? Who the hell is Brandon? Who's Brandon? Not sure, Lunar. Greco, Dave, would you do video interviews for the pod or the website? Will you do video interviews eventually? Yeah. We definitely want to eventually include people like on this. It's all in the way my computer was set up by the people who did it before, and they've just we've got to clean that up, and we're slowly working on that. But eventually, over time, we will. I'm thinking about doing something else for the YouTube channel as well, like quick hits, like 5-7 minute videos. I don't know how those will go over, but I'm thinking about doing that as well. But I got to get a green screen and everything before that. Let's see here. Who's the best ring? They've got to. All right. Gumby? Stickman? The hell's that all about? Do you think the Skinwalker Ranch phenomena is real? Oh no, I'm sorry, I missed a couple before that. I'll get to that one in a second. What's the name of your gnome? I don't have one. I do not have one for him. Do you have a name? I don't know. I don't think so. Have you ever did a best of show or shows, replay the top shows? No, I have not. We've always been live. I've thought of doing that like around Christmas and New Year's, but that's a lot of editing, and I'm working on so much other stuff right now with the radio show and trying to build it that I don't have time for another project like that because it does take a lot. But that's something that we may do for Christmas, Boxing Day, or Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. I'm just not a fan of running replays. I'm not a fan of it whatsoever. So, but we may do that. We may do that, and that's something Corey and I will talk about. Let's see here. Nathan, I hope you get the Hellier guys on again. You know what, Nathan? I want to. I love them. I think Greg and Dana and Tyler and Carl and Connor have been really good. However, they have been silent towards us, and I'm not sure why. I don't think I pissed them off or anything. I think we've been very, very positive and been proponents of what they are doing, but getting a hold of them has been impossible. So we're already way past season 2. So there's no point in talking season 2. We'll have to wait until maybe season 3 if they want to come on. If they want to come on, I will always let them on. Greco, is a hot dog a sandwich? No, it's a hot dog. It's in its own little world. Let's see here. What else we got? Asteroid, dear Dave, have you ever interviewed fellow Canadian Paul Hellier? I did a number of years ago. Paul really isn't doing a lot of interviews right now, especially West Coast interviews when we go on, because I mean, he's 96 years old, and getting him up at 3 a.m. or midnight to 3 a.m. his time is pretty hard on him. So I don't think we'd be doing that. But yes, I have interviewed him in the past. It's on our Blog Talk Radio archives, so you'd have to go check those out. Let's see here. SMP, have you ever been visited by Men in Black or other threatening government types for your experience or show content? The long version of that answer is no. However, I do have a friend who is very connected, and a couple of weeks ago, he said to me, he goes, my friends are asking some questions about why my phone has records of a lot of calls and text messages to a foreign national. And I went, oh. He goes, so we're going to make a decision here. Can we continue with our friendship, or would you like to drop it because of my position? I said, I would like to continue our friendship. I think you're a pretty cool dude. He's like, cool. And he goes, I need your name and your phone number so that way they can verify whom you are. I said, not a problem. And so they are aware. Yes, the NRO is very aware, and that's a true story. But no, I've never had MIB knock at my door. I've never been followed. I've never had drones or helicopters over my house. Nothing like that, ever. Kind of scary, though. If in charge and possible, would you let UFOs getting shot down by the military? No. No, I would not, because I don't think we can. I don't think we can. Let's see here. What else do we got? Luna, why are you on probation? Let's see here. Focus, do you still think the Skinwalker Ranch phenomena is real? Yes, I do. What is actually there? I don't know. I've heard the reports same reports as all of you have had. What I would love to see them do is I would love to see them bring experiencers onto the ranch to see what true experiencers. Now, I'm not talking the person who has seen, maybe had one ghost experience and saw a UFO back in 1997. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm saying that it would be really, really cool to have true experiencers like a Chris Bledsoe or a Samantha Mowat go there and monitor them to see what happens. Did I see Omar Gosh TV's coverage of Robert the Haunted Doll? No, I don't watch a lot of programming on this. I'm not allowed. They don't let me. So I stay away from it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Lunar's not allowed to become a piss tank anymore. Trouble with the law. Oh, that's funny. Bad. Let's see here. Hold on. Where are we? Let's see here. Dave's hair is possessed by a supermodel. Oh, it is beautiful. It is beautiful right now. Paranthro Audra. I'll talk to her about getting you on. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Let me know. Tell her to reach out to me on Facebook. Devin, do you still channel in private? Maybe. I did the other night after the show. I had to help someone out. So yes, I still do channel. I'm getting more into the astral travel though. That's what kind of is fun for me, is the astral travel. I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm practicing. Do you like gladiator films? Ever seen a grown man naked? I played hockey, man. What do you think we did after hockey? We showered. So yes, I have seen a grown man naked. Do I like gladiator films? I love the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe and Joaquin Phoenix. That was good. Let's see here. Build a best of playlist on YouTube. That's actually a good idea, Audra. Dave's not very good with the whole YouTube thing. I'm still learning this. I find it so complicated and user unfriendly. Maybe I could get some tips with you. Put all your most liked shows in the best list. Okay, you mentioned that. Let's see here. Shirley, you cannot be serious. Don't call me Shirley. We just had Jeffrey Mishlev on. Oh, Audra, don't call me Shirley. Haha. Yeah. Nathan, what's frustrating to me about the whole Hellier thing is, I realize we're not a Class A show as of yet, but I would say we're an A- or a high B+, and we're in that upper echelon, I think, of the top 10 out there. Maybe to some that would sound a little egotistical and everything like that. But, we've been very good with the people of Hellier, and I saw some of the shows that they went on when they did not return my emails. And look, I even talked to John Tenney about it. And I said, John, I've emailed Greg and a few times about coming on the show for Hellier 2. I can't get a hold of him. And he's like, dude, he's got like 5,400 emails that he hasn't opened right now. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, he'll get back to you, but he's never got back to me. So I'm not holding the grudge as of yet. I would bring them on, but if they don't come on, there's no point in talking season 2 anymore. We got to talk season 3. But what I hate about these people, or hate about this, and we conduct ourselves, and Greg and Dana know this, and other people know this, we conduct ourselves with journalistic professionalism. And when I see people, like an example, I was talking to Nicole Sackich about this the other day, about James Fox's UFO or alien film that's coming out. She's like, would you have him on your show? And I'm like, honestly, I don't want to. And she's like, why? And I'm like, well, put it this way. Take the person aside. This is a gentleman who went on Third Phase of Moon. That, yeah, they have almost 800,000 subscribers on their YouTube channel, but they've been known to play hoax videos as well. I don't want to be associated with things like that. I don't want you, the audience, to be associated with things like that. So I take a very staunch approach on that. I recently removed somebody on my Facebook page and from my Twitter, and I'm not going to bring them back on the show. And this happened this week that led to my rant on Facebook. I won't bring him on. I just can't, because in his latest article, he was promoting 2 people about the best UFO he named about 5 or 6 podcasts out there, and not radio shows, but podcasts. And 2 of the podcasts were hosted by people who lie about their credentials and calling themselves UFO journalists, investigative journalists. Okay. When they've never spent a fucking day in journalism, they've just self-titled themselves. And I've talked to this person before about the dangers of supporting people who lie about their credentials, and he agreed with me. Well, then he goes and puts them, once again, promoting them in their article. And in that article that he wrote, and I just said, you know what? I'm done. Like, you have to draw the line somewhere. I don't want them to be on. I don't want that on my show. What I'm trying to do, guys, and I'm not trying to rant here, but that's kind of impassioned me a little bit. I care about what goes out to you, okay? I really care about what goes out to you. And the reason why I care is you guys, for years, have been filled with bullshit in this field. You've been filled with it. Okay, fake stories, fake news, fake journalists, fake videos, everything. And if I don't take a stance on that as someone who is trying to bring you some credibility in this field, and trust me, I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal. here, okay? I'm not doing that. But if I go against my word of everything that I have stood for, then I'm not any good to you guys. I'm a hypocrite, right? And when I see people calling them or self-titling themselves, which happens a lot in this field, I have no desire but to hammer on them. I don't. So for me, it's about credibility. It's about not being a hypocrite in front of all of you guys, right? And that's what it's all about. So like when I mentioned the James Fox video, when he went on Third Phase of Moon, oh, right, and he went on some other reject type show, but he's never reached out to us. And because that's what he was doing, was he was reaching out to a few places, but he never reached out to us. Now that he's been on Third Phase of Moon, and he thought that was credible, how do I now go into that and interview him knowing that he's already been on with fakers? Okay? Or people who have done that. So that's the line I walk. That's the political side that I don't really talk about, you know? So it's kind of where it is. So I hope that answered your question. I know I went off there, but I hope that answered. Let's see here. All right, there's the next question. SMP, what's your opinion on Richard Shaver's story? I'm going to answer that, SMP. I'm not familiar with it. I've heard the name. I'm not very familiar with it. So please bear with me on that, okay? We'll look into that. Corey, look into that, man. If you're still here, look into that. All right. Marie, Stargate Project, got to interview someone from that area. We'll see. That's up to Corey. Dave, is there any of your music online that I can hear? Yes. Go to type in on YouTube Bumblefoot Music, and it'll all pop up. The album that we use is, or the song we use is called Little Brother Is Watching. If you type in Little Brother Is Watching album, you'll be able to hear that one. You'll be able to hear Cuterebra and a few others that we play on the show. Yeah, subscribe to his channel. His music's phenomenal. His band now is Sons of Apollo. Like for instance, for Cryptid Tales that the lovely and talented Amber Beckerud does, she uses Bumblefoot's Sintaku guitar solo. It's absolutely beautiful. So make sure you check that out as well. But yeah, it's all on Bumblefoot's YouTube page. Oh, let's see here. Oh, let's try and catch up. Are you a gamer? No. My eyes... Excuse me. My eyes do not allow me to play first-person games. I remember I tried playing Call of Duty when it first came out, and the movements and everything were so whack that I literally was violently sick within 8 minutes. That being said, I do play a game right now. It's on my phone. I'll show it to you. It's called the Wolf Simulator. That's what it's called right there. They're in Easter mode. Okay, I love this game. And I'm still building in my wolf, but if you can download it for free, it doesn't cost any money, and it is a shitload of fun. So that's the game I play. My son plays it with me, and we have a good time with it. So download it. It's free, and it's a lot of fun. So that's what I do. So when I get off here, I will go relax, and I will go and How did that go? Did I share that? Yeah. I haven't shared this one yet. Hold on, give me 2 seconds here, guys. KCAX, there we go. Okay, that was shared. That one was shared. Good. We're all done there. All the downloading is complete. All right. Let me see here. Next question. Mishlove was on a couple weeks ago with Michael W. Hall, about a week and a half ago. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Justin, you're doing great. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. All right. Where are we here? Yeah. I'm just sorry. I'm reading the comments here, and I'm reading what you guys just were stating about when I kind of went off on a little bit of a rant there. Is that a Strat? Yeah. No, it's a. This is my Fender Squire. It's my Squire. I paid $100 for it at the pawn shop. What do they call it? Yeah, I need to get it restrung. I'm missing the bottom string. Whoever had this one beat the shit out of it, but I don't care. I love the sunburst on it. It just needs to be cleaned up. We'll get it cleaned up one day. Let's see. Who is Richard? Who is it? Richard Shaver was on Long John Neville decades ago. I'll check that out. Slim 880. I'm usually in South Korea. What's your level now, Slim? What's your level on the Wolf game? Be honest. What's your level? I'm at level 50, man. I made level 50 this past week. Just saying. Let's see here. Would you ever form a band with Jimmy Church? If I were to form a paranormal band, I'd bring in Jimmy. I would get John Tenney on bass. Everett Themer on drums. Jimmy has a better voice than I do, so I'd probably let him sing. And then I would take the guitar solos. Yeah. That would be the best. All right. I think we're caught up on questions. Oh, you're on level 19, Slim. You're on level 19. I wish I could play with you, man, but they don't allow the 50s to play with the 19s. Keep plugging away, man. Once you hit that 35, I think it's level 35 or level 40, then you can, like 35 and above, you can start inviting me to games. I know somebody is not a guitar player. They obviously not calling me till Monday morning when I've been asleep for an hour. Yeah, Jimmy's got a bunch of guitars. I got to get all of these 3 restrung and redone. Maybe I'll do that this week. Maybe I will do that this week. Jimmy's got nice hair. Jimmy's got very good hair. Yeah, Gods from Hell. Rock and roll, my little guy. Oh, that's hilarious. My favorite guitar I have, though, is this one. I gotta clean it. But this one's my favorite. I love this guitar. It's got just a beautiful neck on it. This is a Cort. Just everything is real easy. Once again, I got to get the bottom string redone on this one, but it's just a real nice feel. It's got a thin neck because I got smaller fingers, so it's easier for me to get my fingers up. Yeah, we'll get Joshua Cutchin on tuba. Hey, Ronald Penton, how you doing? I was pursuing the SOR shop. I need a bigger mug. Is it shipped from Canada? No, it's shipped from the United States. All of our product is shipped from the United States. Holy shit, this thing's out of tune. Yeah, it's always the bottom string. You know why? My son, when he was playing guitar, he would go really hard on the strings, and he would break the bottom string. And I haven't learned to tune yet, so I'm gonna replace all the strings anyways on this one. I do have microfiber cloths though. That's my favorite. That one is my favorite. E string. I don't know that, man. Honestly. E string. Thank you. I haven't memorized it yet. It's like I have this memory block on it. I don't know why. Nathan, is that your hair? Is that your hair you just posted on Twitter? Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yes. Oh, that stuff's awesome, dude. That's good hair. Way longer than mine, man. Way longer than mine. That is fantastic. Hey, Philip, how you doing, man? Bottom string. E string. E string. I will forget that, Justin. Just remember. Just remember. E string. I hate this too. It always wants to like make its way up. So that way it's like, hey, how you doing? I've got a cone head. I've got a cone head right now. Oh, hell with Carl. He's way out in the universe somewhere. Oh, fuck yeah, Nathan. Right there for you, buddy. Right there for you. Oh, yeah. That's good stuff. Very good stuff. Okay. Lunar's like, okay. Okay. EADGBE. Low to high. EADGBE. Okay. Why is there a G and not an F? and no C. Just out of curiosity. Let's see here. Next, what are we talking about? I don't know if my daughter and my son probably have the nicest guitars in the house. Let's see here. F is between D and G. All right. I bought 10 Milwaukee Tucks at Home Depot at Christmas, and they are fire strong and thick. Eat at Dave's Guitar Barn Emporium. Absolutely. Oh, Justin, I'd love to see some pictures of your guitar, man. EAD GBE, bottom to top. EAD GBE. EAB GBE. I'm learning. Trying. I am trying. I'm trying, trying. Why should I call you on Skype? Tell me why I should call you on Skype. Not saying that to be rude. I just want to know. Is it about the guitar thing? Hopping out of here. See you next week, Chris. Thank you for coming in. I got to make third dinner while old man listens to his childhood friend on Facebook. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cut the shit out of a telly. Kramer, and it looks like a BC Rich. Oh, that's nice. I want to see that. EBG. No, you screwed me up. It's EAB. No, EADGBE. You went backwards. There you went. That's what screwed me up. Thanks, Corinch, the booking guy. You jerk. You jerk. I hope the next time you are in the bathroom that your finger goes right through the toilet paper. My old man claims traveling to Florida. Well, ESS may be I be left alone. Love Friday night. Okay, cool. Yes, Philip, I'm the same way. Each fifth tone is next higher open string. Only for GB is fourth. Oh, to talk about stuff. Maybe. It won't be tonight because I am like really, like I'm getting tired now. I am totally getting tired. Totally. Totally. All right. Well, on that note, I think I'm going to call this one the night, everyone, because I am going to go relax. I'm going to go play my wolf game in bed. And been on the air now for 4 hours, over 4 hours. And don't forget, tomorrow night we got John and Stacey Edwards, along with Michael W. Hall on Sunday. Don't forget to eat at Dave's Garage or Guitar Barn. Oh, I get that now. Eat at Dave's Guitar Barn Emporium. I get that now, Philip. See, that one was like way over my head, man. Totally. I will eat at Dave's Guitar Barn Emporium. I have to remember that. All right, guys. Thank you so much for a great night and a great week. We're going to be back on Monday. Chris Bledsoe will be my guest. Oh, fuck yeah. We're going there. We're going there. Have a great night, everybody.